Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Fix yourself another potato teeny, and let's see what we can do. Good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. And say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hoods.
Mary Santora is in the room, too.
Hello.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
You okay?
Yeah, sorry, I had some potato chips and I was like choking on them.
That's not what I meant by a potato teeny. Potato chips. What kind? Plain?
No, they have like these really good lime flavored chips in the back vending machine. They have lime and oil and stuff.
Lime and oil. That's one of my favorite flavors.
And stuff.
I don't know. I don't have the chip bag. I went to go throw it away. But I was like, I'm really like...
Bet you can't eat just one lime and oil chip.
Tell you, I am a hoe for those Tostitos that have like the hint of lime in them.
Oh, God, I'll eat a whole bag of those.
So I was like, if they're anything like those chips, then I will try them. They were okay. They weren't as good as the Tostito hint of lime chips, but...
And it's not a hint of lime. It's an overt flavor of lime, by the way.
good.
They're not hinting at all. They're telling you, hey, there's lime in these.
Look
There's
at all
not
this
mu-
lime.
and not
You
much
might
oil.
taste some chip eventually.
They mastered like the powdered flavors because it tastes exactly like lime and it's dry. And
Just like a lime, powdered and dry.
Powdered and
They
dry.
mastered the lime,
I like
powdered
that.
and dry, just like the real fruit.
I like my limes like I like my diapers. Powdered and dry.
Powdered and dry. Okay, so lime and oil chips. I'll tell you what, though, once in a while, there's nothing better than just OG, regular Lay's yellow bag potato chips.
I love
Right?
a regular
No
Lay's.
flavor, just a regular potato chip.
Yeah, potato flavor.
Now, if
Everybody's
I'm
trying to do, duck fat, kettle cooked. No, just give me yellow bag Lay's potato chips.
If I'm going plain just potato chip flavor, I do prefer a Ruffles over a plain Lay's.
You prefer the ridges.
The plain Ruffles are like one of my both period and sickness treats. That when I'm not feeling well, get me a family-sized bag of plain Ruffles. And I don't know what, there's some magic healing if it's the salt or the fat or the ridges.
Do you eat it with French onion dip?
I would if it wouldn't make me throw up.
Well, sometimes it's worth the diarrhea. We've talked about that
The vomiting's
before.
different. That's a different
Vomiting's
story.
different.
Oh, you'd vomit from that.
It made me real sick.
Hmm.
Sour cream. Well, the big ones, like a cream, anything cream. I just can't do it. Yes. But
Ruffles and French onion dip.
that is
It's very unlike me from
you
a
get the
culinary
Lawson's?
standpoint. Huh?
Lawson's French onion dip?
No, I get hell of a good.
Travesty. Lawson's is the better local
I know.
version.
Everybody
Alan.
creams their jeans over Lawson's. I've been here long enough. I know all the local references. I like hell of a good. You know why? Because it's hell of a good.
You kind of feel like you're cursing.
I mean, I did like hitting hell of a good when I was a kid, just because we weren't supposed to say something like that, so I could get away with it. I'm like, I'm gonna get some chip dip and get that hell of a good, and my mom would be like, I'm like, it's the name of it. I'm just
In this house, we call it heck of a good.
Heck of a good, yeah.
Right. All right. So lime oil chips. When Mary's on her period, she wants nothing more than regular chips.
Plain Ruffles.
she was
Plain Ruffles.
She was making fun of me because I was also eating Activia.
I asked him if his pH balance was off.
Yeah, isn't that the Jamie Lee Curtis poop yogurt?
It's not poop yogurt. It's for like it's got like probiotics in it, so it's supposed to keep your pH of your innards
That's all made up.
in your
Like,
vagina
right.
where it's supposed to be. If
Oh,
you-
really? In your vagina?
I asked Cody, I said, how's your vagina doing? Are you trying to balance your pH with this activity?
His pH. Yeah, all right. And how is your
Well, no one wants to touch my vagina.
how is your pH? You know you can't manipulate your pH, right? That's all marketing.
What do you mean?
People go, oh, your pH, your stomach acids, right, will completely overpower whatever kind of pH manipulation you're trying to do.
Right, but
So
that's
you
the
can't-
whole point of probiotics is that they go in there and they're supposed to fix
Right,
stuff.
you'd actually have to put the yogurt directly in your vagina.
You'd
Some
have to
people
put
do
it
that.
in there. Yeah.
People do that.
They're
Yeah.
constantly telling women to not put food in their vagina.
I
And I don't
know.
mean cucumbers. I mean, hey, we've talked about
Garlic,
it.
yogurt.
Yes.
Like if you go
We've
to
talked about
like,
it over the years. Like, what are you putting in there? Stop.
there are forums of
Self-cleaning oven.
You're not supposed to be the fruit in the bottom waiting to get stirred, ladies.
there are women who swear by that kind of stuff. Like if you Google like at home remedies for yeast infection, so
Yes,
many
because
women
they
are
don't
like
want to look stupid.
shove Greek yogurt.
They have to
Get a
double
syringe.
down on it. They
Right.
can't go, man, am I a moron? I put yogurt.
6 cloves of raw garlic. You're just like, bro,
Yeah.
chill. Just go
Six
get
is a
in.
lot.
Just go get an antibiotic. You're gonna be fine.
Yeah, just take a pill, a probiotic or something.
But that's what's going on with Cody. His pH balance is off.
Now, why is that off? Why do you think it's off? I mean, there's so many things with you that are off. How did you zero in on pH balance?
You know, just,
Yeah,
stress,
sex in a
anxiety.
pool, you know.
He didn't feel fresh today.
Yeah, I just
feel
feeling
fresh.
Maybe
Okay.
somebody didn't wipe down their machine at Orange Theory.
Is that what happened?
He sat on it. Ugh.
Threw off your potential of hydrogen just from that? He's like, oh
I
my
am not
God.
one of those people. I am very clean, especially when I'm around other people.
I'm not saying you, as a, maybe somebody else didn't.
But it doesn't matter. I wipe it down before I use it and after I use it.
Oh, okay.
Like, I'm not one of those people. Like, the best peer pressure ever is when someone else is in the bathroom. It forces me to wash my hands because,
Wouldn't you otherwise?
sure. As I said, it forces me. Other times it's just like I should, but sniff, sniff, I'm good.
Sniff, I'm good.
Like I didn't touch my butt this
Right.
time.
Barely off a global pandemic. This guy is sniff,
Sniff,
I'm
sniff.
good. Yeah. Sniff.
And I wipe down everything in here, so I'm like, it's fine. Like I literally just used the bathroom one break ago. It's not that dirty yet. Like I'm not about to do this every single time. I'm gonna dry my hands out.
All right. Just walking into a room-sized cloud of fart doesn't spur you to wash your hands
Well, I
every
think
single time.
I think everyone at any time is walking into a room of fart. You don't know.
Well, maybe the men's room and this studio are probably I don't know.
A cesspool of fart.
Well, not a cesspool, but Bill famously farts his farts.
I fart my farts, but
And so we know that coming in.
I still try to be respectful about where I fart.
Yes,
my
he
farts.
does. He farts respectfully.
I fart respectfully.
Yeah.
Try to do it in Studio G because nobody uses it.
Do you notice that when you walk in, Cody? You're like, wow, there's this kind of beefy musk
Ugh.
Well, I can.
when I walk in here, and I can't quite place it, but it gets really pronounced,
If I don't,
focused in there.
if I don't smell it right away, I can definitely see it because this light behind me. You know how you can see all the little swirls. It's just a puff of stank, and I'm like, I'm just sitting outside. I'm gonna go get some water. And then hopefully by the time I come back, it clears.
Puffa Stank would be a great rap name.
Puffa stank.
P-U-F-F-A, Puffa Stank.
Puff of stank.
That's great.
Well-
Alan Lawson's is a Circle K exclusive. Oh, I didn't know that.
Ooh.
Guess who just switched to Lawson's Chip Dip?
Hey.
Oh.
AC chip dipper. Getting
That's
in
right.
on it.
That's right. All right, good. Well, I thought I was under the impression you get Lawson's anywhere, like at the old Dairy Mart.
Well,
and
it
all
used
that,
to be Dairy Mart, and then Dairy Mart became Circle K.
Oh, it did really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Well, now you know.
now they're taking over the world. Okay, good. Well, I think we've covered a lot of ground in the opening minutes of the show here. It's good.
pH balances.
Yep. Chips. What Mary's doing on her
It does
period.
make me want chips.
all kinds of
We
things.
have chips. Did you eat all the chips while I was gone?
No, I didn't eat any of them.
I bought 2 big bags of chips. They're probably still in there. They're salt and vinegar and barbecue.
Where are these?
They're in the kitchen in a
I
drawer.
forgot about them. Okay.
In a drawer.
I put them in. I taped them shut. Put them in a drawer.
Oh wow! I didn't know that.
All
So that
right.
we had chips.
We'll have
There
a
should
chip
be in
break.
there.
Yeah.
We'll check.
All
Yeah.
right.
Bill, pro tip: I just heard that the machine way back there has lime and oil flavored chips.
Yeah,
And other stuff.
they're all right. I don't like those as much as Poundcake does.
All right. Well, he's got them all to himself then. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. If you need to hit me up on social or just watch the show, you can do it there. And you can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app
Chicago.
Listen to the Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Some people say our country is more divided than ever. But don't ask him. He sucks at math. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
That is one of the worst/best puns I've ever heard for a podcast. I think that smells like they started with the name and worked backwards. It's about like enforcers in hockey. We just ran the promo for it. It's called the Fighty Pucks.
Hey.
Come on. Hey, your Guardians are playing tonight in Chicago, Illinois against I'd love to tell you the mighty White Sox, but they're anything but. Guardians White Sox tonight. That is an 8:10 game that you will hear here on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. So 7:40 is when the pregame coverage will begin. If you want to get the whole hee-haw gang thrown in on what's going to happen tonight, Guardians are sitting at 19-21 so far. White Sox are a little bit further down in the division, as is their wont. But first of three in Chicago tonight here on MMS. Speaking of the great state of Illinois, my home state, I renewed my registration for my car this morning. And I lived in Ohio for probably the first 6 years I was here. I still had my Illinois plates and my Illinois driver's license. And then I was finally like, I guess I'll be here for a little bit. So I switched over to Ohio. I guess you're supposed to do that within the first 6 months to a year of moving somewhere or establishing residency somewhere. And I hadn't done that. I've been obviously driving with an Ohio license now for many, many years. But I always do enjoy when they release the list of vanity license plates that are banned state to state. And Illinois has outdone themselves because they released a 22-page long list of 7,500 custom license plates that the state has banned. And so what's always so entertaining about these is the fact that these are probably, you think that these are things that people have submitted and then have been rejected, or do you think they have people who are like, let's go through all the permutations of things that these maniacs might want in their car and preemptively say, you can't have that. Like biatch, right? Somebody sent me the whole attached list. Obviously, I'm not going to go through 22 pages, but I would love to know if these are all things that were submitted. And then the state goes, nope, because they do it in every state. We go through them here when they do it in Ohio. Or if there is like a star chamber of people who go, all right, Jim, what are your thoughts on sexy bitch, SXYBCH? And he goes, what do you think about FATDK? And they go, I don't think Jello Biafra is that heavy. Anyone? And OFU, listen, the obvious ones, you understand. ZRO, FCKS. Everybody's going to know, raw dog. You want that on your, first of all, I do enjoy the type of person who would want something of that nature on their car. You're driving around, you might have a really nice car because you don't ever see questionable vanity plates on a really nice car. You won't ever see a Bentley with like ASS LCK on it, right? That would be a really, really cool. You can't have a PUD. You can't drive around with a PUD on your license plate in the state of Illinois. You can't have assassin because, as we all know, it has ass in it twice. And so imagine if you wanted to be the ass assassin. That would be ass 3 times. Thrice.
So many letters, though. I don't know if it fit all on one plate.
I'm not just a little bit insulted. It's not my name exactly, but you can't have COK. I bet I couldn't have my own name on a vanity license plate.
Oh,
if
for
I
sure
wanted ALANCOX on a license plate, Guarantee that would be rejected.
We see what he's trying to do here.
I probably couldn't have my nickname from when I was in 6th grade.
Butt sniffer?
No, Bildo.
Right. I wonder if butt is on the list. I wonder if Bildo is on the list. Boobs. You can't have that. But there's all kinds of weird ones you can't have. Box 69. What's the matter with that? Broke AF. You can't have that. That would be fun. That would be the one that'd be fun to have on a Bentley. Broke AF. You go, no. My brother's name is Keefe. It's Bro Keefe. And they go, oh, that, okay. Booty, you can't have. Boob man, obviously. Just those alone. Fat ass. You can't have. You can't have pee-pee.
Do we even live in a free country anymore?
No, we don't. This is my point. Everybody's trying to get drag queens put in jail and libraries burned to the ground. Let's focus on where the real liberties are being infringed in this country. Nobody's coming to take your guns, dummies. Let's focus on where the real liberties are being infringed. Vanity license plates. I can't have PHOQ. Why not? Maybe I have a lot of questions about pho. Oh. And that's what it's referring to. Maybe I have, I don't know, man. And it's not like it would be different if, in the lower 48, we were like, oh, my God, can you see what Idaho did? What a bunch of prudes. It's every state's got these. You can't have pig, probably because that's slang for law enforcement. And that might get them in their feels. And they don't want to see that. You can't even have queef with 3 E's.
Come on.
That's not even an OG queef.
Do you need more or less E's?
You need, for a queef?
Yeah.
As many E's as you can possibly get.
7, 8, 9?
That's my thought. I don't know. You can't have a bunch of Q's in a row. Don't know why. You can't have PUSYGUY. You're trying to tell people that you're sick. You're a pussy guy. What's the matter with that? I mean, again, the one time I dipped my toe, I'm not a vanity plate guy, but the one time I dipped my toe in, they rejected it. Balzac, they go, no good. I said, oh, pardon me. For being a fan of 19th century French novelists, they wanted nothing to do with it. I said, well, thanks a lot. You're trying to get kids to read out there, and I can't even have Balzac as my vanity plate. What kind of message does that send? But yeah, 22 pages long, 7,500 rejected vanity plates in the state of Illinois. You can't have Tug Toy. You can't have Tofu VIP, right? Let's say you are somebody who is known either locally or regionally. Let's give you the benefit of the doubt. For vegans, they can't wait to tell you that they're vegan, right? Tofu, you'll see those. Those aren't rejected. There's one in my neighborhood. Somebody's got a vanity plate. I'm vegan. IMVEGAM or whatever it is. They don't reject that. But you can't get turds. You can't get the word.
With an E or a U?
Huh?
Turds with an E or a U?
An E?
Well, I'm saying that might be a way to bypass it.
This is with a U.
You probably can't even do it with a backwards 3.
Yeah,
right.
Or
a regular 3, to make it look like an E.
You can't have UBGAY.
Sorry,
come on. You can't have TRD BGLR. Come on, man. I mean, so that's a great question. What is happening to our freedoms? What?
I have to type out what you just said. Say it again.
TRD.
Hold on, my computer's freezing.
What? Well, warm it up, Chris.
It won't type for me.
TRD. Could you write it down?
TRD. I got it.
Not visualize
BG.
BG.
LR.
LR.
Yeah.
What is that? Okay.
Turd burglar.
Turd burglar in paradise.
He's a visual learner.
I know he is. That's why I was happy to spell it out for him.
I was trying to air spell. You know how they do that stuff.
And of course, you can't have any manner You can't have any variation thereof of the word tit. Maybe you're into the birds. We talked about these last week. The tufted titmouse.
Oh, yeah.
You know, birding is really, post-pandemic, getting huge as a recreational activity for a lot of people. And here you've got an entire species of bird being maligned on vanity plates all over. If I'm really into a certain kind of bird, I can't have Titman as my vanity plate.
What if that's your last name? Titman.
Right. I'm Frank Titman, attorney at law,
Right.
and you will be hearing from my colleagues
I'm all
at
about
Titman Turd Burglar and Box 69 Esquire.
I don't care so much about the vanity plates. I'm all about the plate holder because that's what I had in my first car, my 1992 Nissan Sentra. We called it the group. It came from Love Don't Cost a Thing with Nick Cannon. He called his car the Groupie Hoopty.
The Groupie Hoopty.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I had that on my license plate holder at the top and the bottom.
A friend of mine is one of Nick Cannon's new co-hosts.
Oh, I thought you were going to say baby moms. I'm like, whoa, she hit the jackpot.
That's an understandable miscommunication, but he's doing a show over, I guess Amazon's got some app now that they have just people talking into microphones. But they have Nick Cannon over there, and he had so many Mother's Day cards to write out. Every joke you could possibly think of, he got them all mixed up because he was hoping that he could put in personal messages. And I guess he tried to do that and got them all mixed up.
You got to think Mariah Carey's like, I should have the best present. Like, I'm the one that put you on, Nick. Like, get me something.
Yeah, but once you leave the nest and you go off and do your own thing, because everybody wants to know what kind of money this guy makes to be able to pay for so many kids, because it was printed that he pays $3 million a year total in child support. And he goes, oh, no, it's way more than that. Now, I don't know if he's... Now, listen, a guy who knocks up that many women, you got a big ego, right? He's in showbiz, so you just stack these on. So I don't know if he's puffing his chest up or what, but somebody asked him if it was true that he made upwards of $100 million a year. And he said, and he kind of demurred, but he was basically like, yeah.
He does not.
And I'm like, there's no way that dude makes $100 million a year, unless he owns a lot of IP, which he might. But
his
I mean,
total
he
net
can.
worth when I looked it up,
he can.
was like,
yeah, but that's famously wrong. I mean, there's not. You go online. This was in an interview with him, so he was either puffing his chest up because that's a nice big number. I mean, if anybody asked anyone in showbiz, "Are you worth $100 million?" They go, "Yeah, of course I am." Because it just looks great.
Except you, who's always like, I'm not a millionaire.
I'm not a millionaire.
I'm not worth $100 million.
Trust me, if I were a millionaire of any kind, I would tell you. If you asked and I would say yes.
Are you a millionaire of love?
I don't even know what the hell that means.
Do you have 1 million particles of love?
Oh, of course I do.
Love units. What's love measured in? I don't know.
Dollars.
I'm none but love, baby. I'm
See?
tip to taint.
So you could be a
I'm all about
millionaire
the
of love.
Fine, I'm a millionaire of love.
There you go.
Steve Miller rejected song titles. Hey, Steve.
Hey.
Hey, man.
What's up?
So I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw on the back of a Nissan 350Z a few years ago in Cleveland the plate LUVBJS.
Yep.
Yep. And my second favorite was in Columbus on the back of a clapped-out old, also a Nissan. Actually, why do I remember that? But it said DEEZNTZ.
Right.
That's the best one I've ever seen.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying is like those somehow get through, but 7,500 other ones, and some of them are, I would imagine that at least 6,000 of them are completely stupid. And,
well, I wonder, though, a lot of those ones that you're saying were rejected, if they were rejected because they were already taken by another person.
You think somebody else had TITMAN, and they were like,
no, but I think that Love Tofu may have been taken by somebody else.
Oh, yeah,
rather than
Tofu VIP, right.
Right. So my license plate said for sale for years until I quit paying for it. Now I saw somebody else show up with it in my town and have it on their car now.
The number 4 or the word 4?
No, F-O-R-S-A-L-E.
For S-A-L-E, yeah. Yeah, it's weird. There's, thank you, Steve. I mean, they won't give you COVID. They won't give you dork. I don't know why.
Dork is weird.
Yeah, they won't give you Viagra.
I wonder, can I just...
Or to spell Zamboni with an E instead of an I. You know, you like hockey and you like to get laid. I mean, what's the matter with that?
Zambona.
Yeah.
I want Tee-hee as a license plate.
T-E-E-H-E-E? Tee-hee.
People are like, what does his license plate say? Tee-hee. I pulled over, Bob, I just pulled over a guy, his license plate's Tee-hee.
My guess is they wouldn't allow the right amount of wet or wrong amount of wet.
It's too long.
Huh.
Well, I would take some of the vowels out.
R-T-A-M-T-W-T.
That actually might get through.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, you'd be happy to know that if you ever live there, Poundcake, as of now in the state of Illinois, Tee-hee is available. You can have that, right? You should check with Ohio. When is your renewal up?
September. His birthday's in September.
Well, you don't do it every year. I mean,
some people do.
I think
Do they?
I think it is this year.
Okay.
But so
Don't they like cost like $100?
something like that.
What, the
I've never had a
Vanity
Vanity
plates? Oh,
plate.
yeah. They used to be like a lot less than that, but I think they jacked the price.
$50.
Could I get gay
It's only
lust?
$50 to get a...
$50 for a personalized license plate in Ohio.
Oh, I thought it was less. I thought it was more than that.
I thought it was more than that.
It literally just, yeah.
I thought my brother had one, and his was like $100.
What'd you say? Can I get gay lust?
Yeah, can I get
Probably
gay,
not.
gay lust?
Here are the. Actually, this now again. This is Illinois.
I'll just get G-A and then lust, and it'd be like gay lust.
Yeah, the only one I see that's even gay related. Well, let's see. Here's what they rejected. Here's what I like. They rejected Gary AF. A guy named Gary. He's like, I'm Gary AF, man. I can't even get that for my
Or hot straight, or like I'm like
gay bird BRD. You can't have gay as F. Gay AF. Gassy GASSY. You can't have gay guy. You can't have gay lib. You can't have
Gay lib.
gay lib.
This is so stupid.
Gay sock. S-O-K.
Why does this matter?
It doesn't. That's what I'm saying.
Gay
Why
sock.
are we focused on this?
If someone
Why they
wants gay sock as their license plate, let them have it.
I mean,
What is the difference?
let's say that it costs the same in every state to get a vanity plate. Let's say it's $50. Look at all the revenue they're turning down. 7,500 rejected names. If they just say, fine, go ahead, have them all. We don't care. If somebody else gets, you know what it is, though? Road rage. That's what it is. You got people that can't handle their shrimp anymore. So everybody's armed. Everybody's mad. Somebody has their kid in the car. They scream at some vanity plate they see.
Oh, gay sock.
Next thing you're eating leg. Yeah, gay sock rammed into me.
I'm gonna get gay bi, which would be gay biracial.
Right amount of wet is available. You can do it.
And how is that spelled again?
I did RTAMTWT.
Right amount of wet. Well, that might be mistaken for the right amount of white, which is really going to get you a lot of fans in this state.
But
so-
Cody is biracial.
Yeah,
so-
he's the right amount of white. Yeah, there's a guy, there was a teacher, I guess, who was drunk, and he shows up. This is in Florida, Natch. And he was mad that he showed up drunk to his daughter's track meet and pulled out his gun and pointed at his wife because she hadn't invited him to the post-game dinner at Olive Garden.
Oh, don't you?
Because what do they say?
I
at
want to
Olive
be
Garden?
family again.
Yeah, when you're there.
I want a
you're
family again.
He's a social studies teacher at a high school in Pensacola and went to his daughter's track meet drunk. Listen, if you've ever been to a track meet, you can kind of understand why this guy wanted to take the edge off. You can't sit there stone cold sober and watch him go around in a circle. But his wife said that she was pretty angry about it and wouldn't allow him to join the family afterwards at the Olive Garden. This doesn't sound like an estranged couple. He was drunk and belligerent and very angry. Late that night, his wife and their kids were all sleeping in the same room. And he pointed a gun at her. And he was really, really mad. Those breadsticks are unlimited, as I understand,
good.
right? The salad, bottomless.
And it's good. So it's not healthy. So you're going to want to eat a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
They could
A lot
stand.
of oil. Poundcake loves oil.
He loves lime and oil. It's his favorite flavor. They could stand to up the actual olive count in those salads.
Only like 3 olives.
If you're lucky. Now, not everybody likes black olives, so it
I
might
do.
be a blessing. I like black and green.
I'll tell you
They
what.
give you black olives in those. It's in the name of your place. Put more in there.
I have to go to, well, I don't have to do anything. I'm going to my
We'll see about that.
11-year-old niece's flute concert tonight.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, I've never thought about relapsing more. I made it through my dad's death without relapsing. And tonight I'm like, maybe tonight's the night I show up
Tonight,
drunk.
Bargain Lizzo is going to put you over the top.
To see an 11-year-old flautist. See
It
what
might
she
be
can
great,
do.
though.
I
You might really
highly
enjoy
doubt it.
Really?
You think a 5th grade, what is that, a brass instrument? What's a flute? A
flute.
woodwind?
Woodwind, yeah.
Does it have I thought woodwinds were like a clarinet. A flute's not a woodwind.
I believe it is.
No, because a woodwind has a wood piece. There's no wood
Oh,
piece
yeah, I
in a
think-
flute.
A flute is a woodwind.
Ah.
Where does the wood part go?
It's a reed.
Where does the reed go in a
In
flute?
the mouth? I don't know.
No, because the flute. Anyway, I don't know what it is.
This says a family of musical instruments in the woodwind group.
Okay, that's fine.
All right.
Well, I'm going to a woodwind concert
A
tonight.
vibrating column of air. Well, that'll be nice, though. You might like it.
But if I were drunk, I'd probably like it more.
Oh, I see.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go drunk, show up, get kicked out of an Olive Garden.
Yeah.
Could be a good night.
I had to go to my little nephew's mariachi practice a couple of weeks ago. It was terrible. It was awful. Captured it live for your enjoyment. I was drunk all the way through. You can hear the flute in the background there, right?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Very powerful instrument. Is your niece 100% that bitch?
I think so.
Yeah, okay, good.
This is the Mary Santora niece.
Yeah.
So
I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, all those Shinedown tickets for you. If you dig them, they're going on the road, coming to Blossom with Papa Roach and Spirit Box this fall. So I'll have those for you after the break. 35192. Want to text for anything, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. 100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
All right, I'm going to go see Shinedown. They are on the road this summer and fall. The Cleveland stop brings them to Blossom on Wednesday, September the 6th. They're going to have Papa Roach and Spirit Box as openers. Two solid headliners in the supporting spots here. LiveNation.com has got all of the ticket info you might need. But if you're caller 10, I'll give you a pair here, okay? Shinedown, P. Roach, Spirit Box at Blossom in September. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, mama said the way you move gonna make you sweat, gonna make you way you shake that thing, gonna make you burn, gonna make you stay.
35192 on a text. I was showing the story to my daughter this morning about how the world's oldest dog has just turned 31 years old.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Dang.
That's an old dog, boy.
Dog's older than Poundcake, right?
Is
Yeah.
a purebred Portuguese dog who's living in, wait for it, Portugal. A little dog named Bobby. Gesundheit.
Ew.
And he celebrated his 31st birthday on Saturday. He's been certified by the Guinness Book of World Records. He's lived in the Portuguese village of Conqueiros his entire life. Well, yeah, why would a dog move around? You know, you're not in your 20s anymore. You should think about settling down, Bobby. More than 100 people attended the party for Bobby, the world's oldest dog. They served up local meats and fish. Well, he's probably a celebrity, right? Probably not a big town.
Eldest dog got lots of friends. He's a good boy.
Bobby only eats human food. And so I'm sure that this will start a conversation among people who, the big arguments in the pet owning community about whether or not you give your pets generically, but dogs specifically, human food. Like you're really not, partially for training purposes, you're not supposed to let your dog have scraps. Like our dog, our Aussie, is 12 now. And she has always, her entire life, if you're eating, she's sitting there looking at you. Because she's just always waiting for, you'd think to look at this dog's behavior that we never fed her, ever. She's bottomless. But Bobby is now 31 years old and only eats human food.
But, like, how does she eat lasagna? Like, she doesn't know how to use a fork.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
Oh, Bobby can fork?
Because she also was certified in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most dexterous animal.
Mm.
Imagine hitting both of those, oldest and could use a fork. Well, what they did was, for that purpose, is, and this is going to put some people off, they chopped off her front left paw and attached a fork to it with duct tape.
Oof.
So now this dog
got the job done.
It really did. So the guy who owns this dog also owned the dog's mother, who lived to be 18 years old. And they said that it's because they live in a calm and peaceful environment that the dog has lived so long. But 100 people showed up. Now the dog is not without its controversy. It's 31, but it's still humping 20-year-old dogs.
Look at that.
And so that's putting some people off too, because, listen, when that happens among humans, everybody's got an opinion, right? Oh, why don't you hump someone your own age, they say. He's 31 now, so he's got to stop doing a lot of the things he did in his 20s. He can't sleep till noon on the weekends anymore. Usually when you're out of your 20s, that's a thing of the past. I know not for everyone, but
Don't even have that kind of a tone with me.
I'm not. What makes you think I'm talking to you?
Who else you talking to?
I'm talking to the audience.
Oh, yeah?
Of course.
Okay.
Who's listening? I think you're projecting over there. I'm not talking to you. If I were talking to you, I'd say, Mary. ...
Nothing wrong with sleeping till noon.
But think about...
In fact, it's healthy. I'll go as far to say that.
Good for you.
And why is that?
Because you have to get sleep. Your body needs sleep.
Yeah.
You got to rest and recharge to be at your best.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you guys wouldn't get all this creative genius.
You know,
out of
you
me.
you can get too much sleep. You can.
No, that's not science. It's never been proven.
It has been proven
Has not.
on a number of occasions that now it's a sliding scale. They can't obviously nail down what too much sleep
Science is a liar sometimes.
I don't feel like I've ever gotten it.
No one with children has ever gotten too much sleep.
I could sleep all day long.
I would feel like I was wasting time. Wouldn't you?
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
Definitely, there are better ways to spend your time, but there's nothing wrong with getting a little extra sleep every now and then. Sleep till noon.
I got no problem. The
Sleep
whole
till
wasting
noon,
time
burp.
thing is something I let go of a long time ago. Wasting time is one of my favorite things to do with time.
Waste it.
Mm-hmm.
Sit around.
Yep.
Hey, you know what? It's like money. You can make more money. You can't make more time, but you can waste either of them however you see fit.
And that's what I like to do. I love wasting money, and I love wasting time.
And there are some people who will say there's no way
I can do both at the same time.
But some people will say that there's no such thing as wasting time. That however you spend your time, if it's something that you feel is constructive for you, then that's a good use of your time.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why I really don't feel like it's wasted time.
I wish
I feel like
was somebody
wasted
who
time
could...
is doing things that I don't want to do.
Right.
Like if I had like a niece or nephew that was bad at an instrument, I had to go in.
Maybe, I don't know, something in the woodwind family.
Like that seems like a waste of time. Like when you get to Severance Hall, I'll come check you out. But
That's right.
When you're playing in a gym, I ain't all that interested.
She couldn't have taken up the bassoon, could she?
Right.
Or the cello. No, I mean, if you are of the mind that there's no way to waste time, that I wish I was somebody who could feel that way. I wish I was somebody who could do nothing and feel good about it.
Not all the time. There are days to do nothing.
What days are those?
Those are the days when you don't have anything to do, when you got nothing
I don't have
planned.
days like that.
Well, you should.
That's my point.
Once a month.
I should.
Once a month, you should have a do nothing day where you're
Well.
like, today is a day that we just sit around the house and kind of go from there. And it doesn't mean you have to like lay in your bed like a zombie all day. It means you don't have any plans.
Should. That'd be cool.
No, I mean, it just means you don't make plans. So
Yeah.
it's like if we want to go out to lunch, we go out to lunch. If we don't, we eat a hot dog. We sit at the house. We watch a movie. You take a nap, Just those kind of whatever happens days.
Well, yeah, I should.
You should.
But I don't.
You might feel recharged.
And I wouldn't know what to do with it if I did.
That's the whole point, is to not know what to do. To do whatever you want, but like not have a plan. Be like, oh.
But if you don't have a plan, you end up going round and round and round about what you should do. And then it turns into,
Nope,
I don't know.
You're not doing it right.
I have a wife and a 7-year-old. There is no not making plans. There's no, hey, let's jump in the car and what? Do this.
And
no.
Go get some ice cream.
Go get some ice cream.
No, that's what we're saying. That it doesn't have to be a, hey, let's jump in the car and go to a museum or something that requires tickets and appointments.
Yeah, I'm going to put the sprinkler out, and me and the kid are going to run around in the sprinkler for a little while. There's no plan.
Just a day where there's no plans.
Okay, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about doing nothing.
Then you sit at your house and do nothing.
Nothing. I can't do that.
Why?
Because I don't know what that looks like. There's always something that needs to get done.
Okay, but what we're saying is that
But it
for
can get done
one
later.
day a month, it doesn't have to be done that day.
I understand.
Right?
So
sure.
I hear the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Yeah.
I understand the structure of your sentences. I'm just saying that,
Okay, you were just a suggestion.
Yeah.
That sure,
listen,
the garage could be reorganized.
No,
today.
not even that. You understand. I am not the person calling the shots at my house, all right? I am the very last person on the call sheet at Casa Cox. I'm not the guy making the decisions.
But you can't say to Gwen, hey, today I want to try to not
nothing?
do anything.
I can say anything.
Right, and I'm sure she would accommodate you.
She'd go, that's hilarious. Anyway, so here's what, because everybody's running around all the time. Why should I sit there and do nothing? There's things that have to get done.
Brian is the exact same way. When left to his own devices, 2 weekends ago, I said, hey, I'm taking the kid for the whole day. I'm going to go pick up my nieces. We are going to be gone all day long. Do nothing. I need you to sit at home and relax. You work very hard. You don't get breaks. And he gardened for 8 straight hours. He got a hole in his hand. He is not someone who can just take a nap on the couch and relax, because he's like you, where he's like, okay, that's a waste of my time. If I have a free Saturday, I need to go to Lowe's and go to Petitti's and go to this and plant 43 phloxes, and then I need to mow the lawn and do these things.
But also, those are things that we do like doing. So he was doing something he liked. It wasn't like he was doing it for someone else.
No.
He's doing it for himself.
Right.
Yeah.
No one asked him to do that. That is what he chose to do with his free Saturday.
That's right.
But to me,
when I went and picked up 400 pounds of mulch, that was for me.
Right. But to me, if someone were to say, hey, here's a completely free Saturday, for me, a do-nothing day would be exactly that. Wake up at noon, have breakfast, transfer to the couch.
I wonder what that would be for me.
If you have
I'm trying
nothing.
to think. I'm trying to think back to my single days when all my time was my own.
Yes.
And it wasn't like I was out doing I don't know. I didn't have I wasn't calling the boys and going out and doing stuff. It wasn't like that. I don't know. It was so long ago.
Well, think of an ideal day where you have no responsibilities, okay?
Yeah.
For me, that would be wake up late, 11, 12 o'clock.
Here's the problem.
What?
The biggest problem is I like my wife.
Right. You can still like her and have a day to do nothing.
I know, but I hear these guys talking about oh, he does this and he comes home and I go, yeah, those are all reasons to not hang out with your wife. Like these guys, oh, he works so hard, but then he comes home and he goes and mows the lawn or he's sweeping his floors. Yeah, this guy does not like his wife.
You can hang out with your wife.
He does not want to talk to his wife.
That's so loud.
Huh?
For this.
Well, in this scenario, it's more
no, because if it's your time, it's your time.
Alan has one day. Your wife took your daughter up to Michigan to visit her family.
She adopted her?
No, yeah, you need to call that guy whose kid got lost in the 90s, and he made that TV show about it.
John Wall, kid got lost in the 90s?
Yeah, what was that show?
America's Most Wanted?
Was that it? His kid got
Adam
murdered
Walsh
or
was, abducted, and
That's the 80s, actually.
Oh, that was early
that
80s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my point is, Gwen takes Nora to visit her parents in Michigan. You have a Saturday. You don't have to come into work. You got no events for Gwen or the kid. What would that Saturday look like for Alan Cox?
I'd go to the movies.
Okay. Now let's start at the beginning. When you waking up, you have nothing to do.
I mean, if I don't set an alarm, I'll wake up at 7.
Ew.
6:37.
Is that sleeping in?
Yeah.
To you? Okay. So you wake up at 7.
That's when I'll wake up. So
yeah, that's
But do you stay in bed till 9?
No, 2 hours?
Yeah,
oh my
lay in
God,
there,
no.
Just relaxing.
No.
Okay. So you're up at 7.
I just slept all night. What am I relaxing for?
Because you don't have anything to do today.
Yeah,
that's
but
the whole point. This is
the whole point is sometimes just not doing it, laying in bed and messing around on your phone and looking at memes or playing a game on your phone for a couple hours.
Don't you find that
awesome.
Don't you find that not doing something all day makes you more tired?
Sometimes.
Yeah,
but it
then you
doesn't
get to fall back
matter
asleep.
because you have nothing to do.
Yeah.
So you're up at 7 and you're out of the bed.
It's gonna throw off my circadian rhythms.
God, shut up. One
and it's
day,
gonna,
it's not gonna throw it off.
Well, what about all these people?
One day.
I said the same thing when people talk about how daylight saving time throws them off, but you got all these people. Well, I'm with you, but people swear by it. Who am I to tell them that they're wrong?
It's funny because when my boyfriend stays the night, he'll we'll get up in the morning. I'll get up when he gets up, and we'll go get breakfast or something, or we'll just sit and have coffee, and it'll just be nice and chill. And then he'll go and do the rest of his day, and he'll call me like, "Hey, I made it home." And I'm like, okay. And he's like, "Were you?"
You're still back in bed.
He was like, "Are you sleeping?" I was like, "Yeah, I took a nap." He's like, "It's 4 p.m." I'm like, "Yeah, I took a nap after you left."
I took a nap. I slept all night, and then, of course, you guys probably weren't sleeping all night either. I slept all night, and then I had to take a nap.
Alan, quit avoiding this question.
I'm not avoiding it.
We've made it to 7 a.m. That's how far into your day of nothing.
So you get up.
You have a quarter bagel for breakfast.
I mean, back in the day, I'd probably go to the drum shop or something, or I'd go to the comic book store.
Great.
Or
peruse around.
Yeah.
Lunch?
Lunch.
You do lunch out? You come back
No.
to the house? You just don't eat anything?
Probably not.
God,
no.
that's Brian to a T.
I wouldn't eat anything till the evening.
That's so Brian.
I'd go have dinner with somebody.
I got home on Sunday and we went out to dinner at like 8 o'clock and he's like, this is the first thing I've eaten today.
Yeah, that's what I told Gwen. I go, God, I haven't eaten all day today.
Okay, so you go to your drum shop, you come home, you
Do a little retail therapy.
you hang on the couch? Do you chill in the backyard? What's an ideal relaxing position for you?
I mean, vertically. It depends on what the weather was.
It's
I don't know.
72-degree summer day.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Nice little breeze.
Pretty nice.
Got a little hammock.
I'll F with a hammock.
Okay.
Yeah, I had one growing up. We had one like in the backyard.
So now we're at about 2 p.m.
A hammock is nice. 2 p.m.
You've relaxed a little.
Yep.
You might snack on a carrot or whatever the hell you
Yep,
snack
I
on.
snack on a carrot.
Got a big old comfy bed.
Big old comfy bed. You crawl back into bed for a nap. Do you
No.
throw on
No,
a
no,
horror
no.
movie? Do you go see a movie?
Give yourself a little
Well, I would
afternoon
go-
delight.
I would
Turn
go.
on a porno.
I would go. A daytime porno?
It's your Saturday.
God, what are you, a maniac?
It's 2023. You got it on your phone. It's not like you have to
A
punch in a DVD.
daytime porno where there's people outside jogging and riding bikes?
Yeah, you close the windows, you close the
nutty.
drapes, and you have yourself a little you time.
Or if you
Closing the drapes so that you can, trying
Yeah,
to make
so
it
you
more
be
like
in-
nighttime. That's
Yeah.
how
Make it
psychotic it
nostalgia.
is.
You can make it nostalgia and go to the bathroom and sit on the toilet and do it.
Sit on the toilet.
Are you nostalgic for a toilet? What are you trying to say?
Like, you
He's
have to
always been
sneak-
nostalgic, remember?
Right. I've always been nostalgic for sitting on a toilet.
Like you have to sneak and do it. You can't just do it in your bed. Like you have to go to the bathroom. That's the only time you get privacy.
But I'm by myself. So
I'm saying
in this
if you need-
scenario.
In this scenario, he's home alone.
Home alone.
So you okay?
No, I probably would not have a daytime whack if that's what you're
But you
suggesting.
You would go to a
Some
movie.
people, anytime they're alone, they immediately go and have a whack. Like,
But like a Saturday afternoon, like, okay, if you go
and
to
then
the
you're
store,
sleepy after.
and then you
How
go
do
to
you
a
go to
movie,
sleep?
and you get home, you have a little jack, you have a little nap. Oh, that's
you
a
wake
good
up
day.
at 5, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, then you go
but
to
the
dinner.
yeah.
I'm somebody where the popping off doesn't make me sleepy.
All right, well then
So
you don't
it
have a
would-
nap. You
Right, no nap.
You pop off, and then you go and alphabetize your spice rack, whatever
Yeah,
it is.
whatever it is
what the
that
hell
Alan
that you like
likes
to
to
do.
do.
Color coordinate your
Wait a second.
closet.
Cardamom goes before cumin. Who mixed this up? And cinnamon's right in the middle. Oh, what a day. See, this is how bonkers I am that I have no good answers for you. I
We're
have no
trying
good
to
answers.
help you.
I know, and I appreciate it. You're
Just
try-
even imagine a day of nothing.
You guys are the experts in all this. Friggin' Poundcake's over here doing nothing all day long, and he's still getting tired in the middle of it. Be great. I got those Cleveland Funny Bus passes for you. I think tomorrow night is sold out. You'll
I think
be
there might
joined-
be one single ticket.
But
yeah.
I'll have a pair for you the next handful of Wednesdays for the foreseeable future. Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus, which is a really, really great time. And every week, one of us is your host. Bill will be your host tomorrow night. Starts and ends at Collision Bend in the Flats. And it's just an awesome time. So if you want to get on the Funny Bus for tomorrow night, that is a 7 o'clock ride from Collision Bend. Bill will be your host. I'll have a couple of tickets for you coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
And Funny Bus. This is a great time. We hosted the inaugural one last week, and every Wednesday for the foreseeable future, we're going to be doing this. I was your host last week. Bill is going to be your host tomorrow night. Cleveland Funny Bus is a tour of Cleveland, places you might not know. And they have comics who are kind of your tour guide. We had Julia Mary last week. She's very, very funny. And you'll have someone with Bill, too. And we're there to, hang out. Have fun. Say hi, right? Starts and ends at Collision Bend in the Flats. And I'm pretty sure it's sold out. Bill said there might be one ticket left to buy. Go to funnybus.net. If you can't make it this Wednesday, try to get on another Wednesday. Bill will be your host tomorrow night. I got a pair of tickets here for you for the Cleveland Funny Bus tomorrow night. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I'm talking about the oldest dog in the world last segment, that dog in Portugal that's 31 years old, and people were like, oh my God, that dog's over 200 years old in human years. Dog years. Not the case, because I did the math on that. For a long time, you did the math you do is one human year or one dog year is 7 human years, right?
No.
How does it go?
The opposite.
One
human year is 7
dog years. Is that what it is? Well, anyway, I did the math on it because the American Veterinary Medical Association, I don't know how they arrived at this, but here's how they break it down. Because I figured out that dog will be about 169.
Nice.
15 human years equals the first year of a dog's life. So they're really front-loading it. Year 2 for the dog comes out to about 9 human years. And after that, each human year is about 5 years for a dog. Again, I don't know how the hell they landed on that. But
all right. The first year is 15.
15 years. Then 9. And then every subsequent year is 5.
Okay.
So by my math, 169 years old, what that dog would be.
I'm trying to see how old my dog is.
Yeah.
So she's about 25, right? 26.
Because how old is she now?
She's 3 years.
No, if it's 15
No,
and
15
then 9,
human
that's
years,
24 right there.
24 for any dog over 2.
When they're 2, they're 24, and then it's 5 after that. So if she's 3, she's 29.
But she's not, okay,
Yeah.
29. So she's probably closer to 30 because she turned 29 back in January or December.
Yeah, like my dog would be 74 years old.
That's an old-ass dog.
Yeah. So I was reading about a dog who this guy was getting a DUI, and he wanted to switch places with his dog because I guess he thought that he would avoid his arrest that way. This was Springfield, Colorado. One of our bureau chiefs out there sent me this. Guy was pulled over for speeding. At the last minute, as the cop pulled up, he tried to switch places with his dog. And the cop sees all this.
Mm-hmm.
Sees the guy maneuvering inside the car before he got out on the passenger side. Now, I don't know. He's drunk, so I don't know what the long-term plan was here. Your Honor, my dog was driving. He said he was not behind the wheel, but he was clearly drunk, the cop said. Once they asked him how much he had to drink, he ran. But he only got about 20 yards away before they tackled him. Unbelievably, is the amazing part of the story, didn't fill him with bullets after he ran.
So I'm guessing the dog wasn't even black.
They took him to, the dog, no details on the dog. Just that he had one in the car.
That's the best part of the story.
I know. Leaving me hanging. They took the guy to the hospital, and I don't know what they did with the dog. I guess they can't take the dog, but I don't know. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, leave us messages there. Oop, hold on. I got to do something here real quick. Hold on. thing got screwed up. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Alan. So I drive a garbage truck for a living, and I'm out here.
Hey, doesn't your boyfriend do that?
He does.
All right.
This isn't him.
Hey, Alan. So I drive a garbage truck for a living, and I'm out here 12 to 14 hours a day, 5 days a week, and on Saturdays. And your show just isn't long enough. However, you have inspired me, and I've started listening to your podcast at 3/4 speed just to get more out of it. Thank you. Love the show. Bye.
3/4 speed. That means he's listening to it
slows it
slow.
down.
Slightly slower.
Slows it down.
75%.
You being a word nerd, I feel like this is right up your alley because you know so many words and you always like learning new words.
Yeah. No, I don't do Wordle. My wife does Wordle. She loves it. She's in a yeah, so we used to do, okay, so it's slower. We used to do a bit like where people sound drunk when you listen there. Okay. 3. So he wants to, unbelievably, this guy wants to lengthen this show.
Yeah.
Holy crow.
I love it.
I thought he meant speed it up.
I was a spelling bee champion as a young man. And it's a hard life, Bill. It's a hard life, and it's not for everyone, and I don't want to bore you with tales. Suffice to say that I'm lucky I got out. ALIVE.
All right, so I thought he meant speed it up, but he means slow it down so we can get more out of it.
Only by 25%, though.
Get every bit of juice out of that fruit. Okay. Well, because the options that you're given on the app are incrementally by quarter. Like you can listen to it at regular speed, half speed, double speed, or like 1.25, whatever. So is the point of that, because I've never listened to a podcast at any different speed, is the point so that you can't, what is the point? Tell me the point.
So
I mean, that guy goes, well, it stretches it out, and it's good
Right.
for a larf,
So
but I
if
can't
he's-
imagine listening to an entire production at either of those speeds.
If he's got 12 hours in the truck and this is a 4-hour program, I don't know how long it is without breaks. Like, how long is the podcast?
It's about 3 hours.
So it's a 3 hours, and it's taking, oh, this is too much math. It's going to extend it by, what, an hour maybe?
Wow. But you have to listen to it like that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not 3/4 speed. That drum, you don't know. That's not 3/4.
Well, no.
That's half?
I slowed it down a little bit because that's what it gave me. So I don't know what he means by 3/4.
Well, the
Unless
options on different podcasts.
I
apps
see. He's
are
listening to it on
such.
like a third-party thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, on iHeart,
So-
those are the increments it gives you.
Oh, no.
On the iHeart Radio.
So it'll be-
Which, by the way, from the comments I'm getting from people today, if you're listening on the app, again, you're doing the Lord's work, because you're not supposed to be doing any work, but thank you for listening, because the app, again, just chef's kiss, just the apex of technological achievement. Say what?
I don't know.
She just opens her mouth.
I don't know. You
Who
all right?
knows anymore?
Oh, okay.
None of it matters.
All right. Don't you have an album to that effect?
I do.
Don't
You can
have
actually.
Boy, you're really walking the walk, aren't you?
Yes,
On
you
the
can.
Nothing Matters.
You can order a signed and numbered copy, limited edition, 1 out of 250, right now. Mary Santora on Bandcamp. Only 250 of those. That's why they're called limited edition. I will hand.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, it will be good for you. I will hand sign it with my toes,
I was going to say, how else would you sign it?
and you'll get a number.
How many have been shipped out?
They aren't getting shipped until all of them are sold.
Oh.
Because
Wait, so the people who order got to wait until everyone else buys?
Well, I also just put the order into disc makers, so I don't even have the physical CDs yet. So
Right, but if 10 people buy the CD, they have to wait until all 250 people buy them to get theirs?
I guess not. I guess we could send them out as they go. Last
Well,
time
I'm
we
asking
just,
you. I didn't know how they did it.
Last time we waited until it was all done and then sent them out all at once. I don't even have
You
the
get a bulk
CDs
rate
yet,
in the
though.
shipping or what?
Yeah,
Ah.
because you can package them all. Like, I have to send them to North Carolina for them to ship it out.
Yeah.
I can't send it out from my home.
Oh, you can't? Why not?
I don't have everybody's information. It goes through the
They can't
record
send that to
label.
you?
They probably could.
Oh, so they've got like, here's who ordered, and then I see.
Yes, they have, because the orders go through Bandcamp, and I don't have access to
Gotcha.
the back end of Bandcamp. They do. But yeah, you can get that now. That's the physical CD copy, only $250, and then no more.
Are you able to hit them up and go, hey, where are we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I did. I haven't in like a week. I should probably check. But I know they're not all gone yet. So you can definitely get one still. Mary Santora or bandcamp.com/Mary Santora.
Guardians play tonight. They are in Chicago to play the White Sox. That is an 8:10 start on MMS and on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app. So 7:40 is when that pregame will begin. There's a lot of people getting their undies in a twist, football fans, because Peacock, all the streamers are trying to get their toe in professional sports. And so Peacock, which is NBC Universal, that's their streamer, they are paying $110 million for one NFL playoff game. And so you'll have to have Peacock to watch that particular game. It's like the Eastern Conference. What is it?
Not the Eastern Conference. They don't have Eastern.
But what do they call it? It's Eastern.
It'll probably be the NFC title game or AFC title game.
The Sunday night game in Week 16 with Peacock.
Wait, so this is a regular season game?
Well, I read that it was a playoff game.
Yeah, because if it's Week 16, that's regular season.
Well, Week 16 is going to be exclusively on Peacock.
Okay.
That'll be their first ever exclusive game.
Gotcha.
But I think they're also paying for a playoff game or something. Maybe I read that incorrectly. Okay. Because $110 million sounds like a lot of money to just have one football game, unless it was a playoff game. First time that a postseason game will be available mostly to consumers only through streaming. See, that says postseason game.
Yeah.
But then they were talking about whatever. In addition, here it is. In addition to the playoff game, it's reported that Peacock will also have exclusive rights to a Saturday afternoon game, Bills Chargers.
Okay.
That's your team. What do they say? Lightning to the sky.
No, now we say
bolt up.
Was the Titans video Ernie McCracken? What's the guy's name? Lightning McQueen.
Lightning McQueen.
Lightning McQueen.
There you go.
Okay.
That's the guy from Cars.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a schedule release video where they show logos to people walking around on Broadway in Nashville, and they're all drunk, and so whatever they say the logo is, that's who they said the Titans were playing. And
then they would flash that logo, and it made for a very funny.
It's very funny.
video.
And the girl, there's one of the girls in that video is from Brunswick.
Yeah.
She just was on with Jeremiah like 2 breaks ago.
Yeah, there you go.
He was just doing something with her on air.
It's pretty funny.
Good for her.
She was like there were some really funny ones. When they showed the Browns logo, this guy just goes, "Oh, that's just like the generic football logo."
That just means football.
Orange helmet. Yeah. Cheyenne Krause from Brunswick is in that video. Yeah, all right. Her luggage was lost by Southwest Airlines, and so she was wearing her friend's borrowed clothes. Little did she know that she would be in this video. She was in Nashville with her husband. Womp, womp. So, okay. So Peacock paying $110 million for one of those games. I wonder if this is a deal that Linda Yaccarino did on her way out. She was the head of NBC Universal. She just went across the street to be the CEO of Twitter. And her bona fides were pretty airtight. So I wonder if her fingerprints were on that at all. She's like, peace out. Got you 110 big ones. We'll put you in the NFL.
And the thing with Peacock is you can get Peacock for free. Like, they have a free version. So
But you can't get it as a vanity plate.
You can't.
There's there is a free version, isn't
They
there?
have a free version.
I'm the dummy that pays for it.
I pay for it too. I watch Peacock all the time though. So
Do you really?
Yeah. We
dip-
watch a lot of Superstore. So
Oh, that's a great show.
My girlfriend has that basically running on repeat, and then
We binged that over the pandemic.
yeah, we like that show a lot. And then
I like
there's other
Girls
shows on
5
there.
Eva. That's pretty good.
What was it?
Girls 5 Eva.
Oh.
About the girl band that gets reunited when they're all older.
Oh,
And
no, that sounds
it's
fun, though.
very funny. It's Carlock and Tina Fey and the whole 30
Tina.
Rock crowd. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds right up our alley because we're also watching Kimmy Schmidt right now.
I can't.
I love Kimmy Schmidt. It's such a funny show.
I keep going back to a couple of shows that you've recommended to me, and I sit there and I go, there's no reason I shouldn't like this show. I should love this show. Kimmy Schmidt and Eastbound and Down. and Community. There are these shows I go, why don't I like this show?
As long as we have the Righteous Gemstones, though, we'll
gotta
be
start
okay.
watching that.
It's starting
because the new season's
starting
coming
up.
out soon, and that's the one I got. That's probably what I'm going to focus on with my life. Not even like
My
like my
life.
leisure time is to get my girlfriend caught up on that show because I get so like that's still appointment television for me. We're on Sunday night. I'm pumped because there's a new episode of Righteous Gemstones. I don't have that kind of discipline for any other shows right now, but Righteous Gemstones, I will watch those all the night they air.
Yeah.
Because that show makes me laugh so hard.
June 18th is when the 3rd season premieres. So you have until then to get her all caught up.
All right, we got time.
Hey, Leslie.
I'm changing the subject now.
She's what?
I'm changing the subject now.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
I'm going to change the
so
subject now.
That cracks me up every time you play it. But no, you were talking a couple of segments ago about like people getting triggered by license plates potentially, and I had emailed you a couple of weeks ago about how I got somebody triggered in traffic. They pulled a gun on me. That was fun.
Right.
But I have some license plate bumper stickers that I think are funny. One of them is from Chad Daniels. It says, "Drive safe, don't rape." And I can definitely tell the kind of guys that are driving behind me in traffic when they read that. But I have another one that is a quote from the quintessential Tom Hanks movie, The Burbs, that says, "Satan is good, Satan is our pal." And I love it every time I get the Christians triggered because they have meltdowns in traffic. I can see them in my rearview mirror pointing, all that. It's great. So it teeters back and forth between being terrified and being thoroughly entertained. Every day is just a roll of the dice. And I love you guys. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Oh, okay, bye. I was going to ask her, how can you tell what kind of guy is behind you with your rape bumper sticker?
Because they get triggered by it.
How does she know that?
Because they'll like honk at her or flip her off or something like that.
Oh, really?
Because they're like, "I will rape if I want to."
You don't know my rape skills.
That's right. Yeah, listen, there's a lot of guys walking out there probably tell you they got some rape skills. Don't tell them what to do.
How to rape.
Wow.
Or they're mad that she's telling them to drive safe. That might trigger some.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is.
Don't tell me how to do anything out there, the road or elsewhere. All right. And then Tom Hanks from The Burbs. Okay.
Of all the Tom Hanks movies.
I know The Burbs.
The Burbs.
Wow.
Not that that's a bad movie. It's just a weird one to bring up in 2023.
Bruce Dern in that movie. The
Bruce
great
Dern,
Bruce
yeah.
Dern, yeah. Of course, Tom Hanks is a big fan of this show.
My favorite segments are when Ghostbag calls in. I hope Poundcake realizes that all Ghostbag wants is a friend in me.
Yeah. And yet, Poundcake rebuffs him with extreme prejudice. Wants nothing to do with it.
You know, I was watching Not Another Teen Movie the other day.
Of course you were.
And I forgot.
Oh, good for you.
I forgot in that movie, the guy is walking around with his own little ghost bag. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't, because the movie's got the word teen in it, and so as a result, I've never seen it.
Okay. Well, yeah, there's a guy in there that is dating Priscilla, which is supposed to be the hot, popular hoe in school. And he has a little bag that follows him around and says, "I'm the most beautiful thing you've ever seen."
I have actually seen that movie, but I remember there was a foxy actress in that who I don't even know if she's around anymore. Her name was Mia Kirshner, and she was from Canada. She was in that. I think she got famous from the L Word, but I don't know if she's in other things. I don't even know if she was really gay. You know, half the cast of the L Word were like gay and the other half weren't. But boy, she was really cute. But then Not Another Teen Movie. How did you land on that? You were clicking around and it was on, or you have it on VHS?
No, this was...
It's comfort viewing for you.
I think it was on HBO Max or whatever.
And that was like early Chris Evans, too, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Like before anybody knew who he was?
Yeah. And that was like another sexual awakening when he walked in with whipped cream. And I was like,
And
it's
the
so
banana up his butt.
it's so misleading because this is the reason why kids have low self-esteem, because I watched that probably when I was in high school or middle school, and I thought that I was supposed to look like that. Like, these are grown individuals playing like 16, 17-year-olds. It's completely ridiculous. But nonetheless, it was still hot. But yeah, we just stumbled upon it. We just wanted something to, wind down the day with on Sunday, and we landed on that. And I just laughed because I forgot how stupid that movie. I need some tea.
Mary, do you see how having no plan for your day goes entirely awry?
It happens too often for him. We're talking once a month.
Oh, he doesn't know what he's got, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Oh, he's spoiled.
Yes.
And so he's just willy-nilly doing.
Yes.
I see. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. I'll have Guardians tickets for you after the break. I'm very excited, too. I'm going to be talking to legendary drummer Carmine Appice. He's got an album coming out. I'll chat with him shortly. If you're a drummer, it's something that you'll dig. If you're not, hopefully you still will. And we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Pair of Vespa scooters or a year supply of Mountain Dew Purple Thunder from WMMS and Circle K.
Tonight at 7:30.
And he sucks one to center. It's deep. Straw back. Runs it down.
Josh Naylor and the Guardians are in the Windy City to battle the White Sox. Coverage begins with Guardians Live on Valley Sports Great Lakes and the Valley Sports app.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Guardians. They're in Chicago for the next couple of nights to play the White Sox. The White Sox will be here in a couple of weeks. Wednesday, May 24th, it's an afternoon game. Guardians White Sox at Progressive Field. Tickets, info, all that. Just make sure you have that MLB Ballpark app. Very, very useful. I get you a 4-pack of tickets here for the Businessman Special. Guardians White Sox on the 24th. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
The I Like the Sound of My Own Voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row.
And the winner is
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Going to be talking to the legendary Carmine Appice. He is one of the most prolific rock and roll drummers of all time. Played with Jeff Beck and Rod Stewart, and into the 80s with King Cobra and Blue Murder and Vanilla Fudge back in the day. And he's got a new album out, and I think he's getting ready to drop another book. And he just keeps going, man. So I'm excited to talk to him. I'll have those Aerosmith tickets for you a little bit later on, too. I had those all week. They announced that farewell tour, and it'll get them to Cleveland end of September. Black Crowes are opening that up, and they'll play Romo Fijo. So if you're an Aerosmith fan, you already know they've decided to call it quits, and that'll bring them through the Romo Fijo this fall. AlanCoxShow.com for everybody who is watching there. You can have a big tip of the cap to Pillar Shagosky, who's that's an underused name, is Pillar. It's a great name.
It is.
But thank you.
Very sexy name.
Is it a sexy name? Pillar. I've heard of Pilar, but Pillar.
Pillar. I mean, like,
yeah, I like it.
Pillar of salt. You turned into a pillar of salt because you were so horny you couldn't not turn around.
So horny. Yeah.
This is okay. I think we need a new segment on the show called
Biblical Horniness.
Well, because I had my Lazarus story yesterday. He's got his version of people's horny levels turning them into salt.
That's just the way the story goes.
Yeah, Bible Corner. Alan Cox's Bible Corner.
Yeah,
and we
that's
each
right.
Remember the story?
Once a week, we each pick a different Bible story.
But that's why I love all these people who want to shut down libraries because there's a book about a gay kid. Like, there's nothing worse than the Bible for that kind of stuff. There's sex.
Yeah, but they're teaching lessons. They're teaching that's bad. They're going
that
like,
gay is bad.
Yeah,
you become salt.
But there's nothing like that in the Bible. There's no gay is bad in the Bible. There's incest and bestiality and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that stuff.
Nobody's suggesting that they remove the Bible from these places.
But they got, that's the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
That's right.
People come so wicked and they're all partying, having a good time.
It's in Genesis.
And is it Lot? I believe
Lot's wife
and his wife are leaving.
Yeah,
and
said, don't look
back. Don't look back. But Lot's wife was so horny, she had to look back, and then she turned into a pillar of salt.
You're sure it was because of her horny level?
What else is it going to be, Mary?
She was the right amount of
or
wet?
is it just because?
Yeah.
I mean, that's still horniness. I think it's either she was super horny, or it's just because women hate listening to what a man says, even though he was obviously right. Don't turn around.
Well, Lot, you'll recall, if you recall your Genesis, Lot had offered up his daughters first and was rejected. And so the angels
I did not remember that
said,
part.
get the hell out of the city. Do not turn around.
Go, 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 go.
To quote Ace of
Don't
Base.
turn around.
Don't turn around. You'll
Yeah.
turn into a pillar of salt.
Of salt, that's right.
Don't turn around.
Yep. I felt like a dope because don't turn around was initially done by a British guy. That Ace of Base song was a cover.
Mm-hmm.
It was originally done by a British guy. And the girl, I was getting my teeth cleaned last week, and the hygienist is from Amsterdam. And whatever station was on, it was satellite radio or something was on, was the original version of Don't Turn Around. And I think Ace of Base is a Dutch band, aren't they?
I don't know.
They're Swedish. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, she goes, God, I haven't heard this song since I was a kid. And I'm thinking that she's talking about the Ace of Base version. I go, yeah, and then you hear this jacked up version. And she goes, no, this is like the one, this is the original one that I heard when I was a kid. And then Ace of Base, I go, oh. That's why I should never interject. I should just not interject. I'm lying there. I'm trying to be gregarious. I should just not
That's
try
why
to.
you're a host and not a sidekick, stupid.
We
interject.
You fix it.
You talk, we interrupt, all right? That's the job.
I just wanted to live that life for one day.
Oh, it's not you. It's not you. It's never going to be you.
One morning.
Stop with that silly dream.
You don't know how to relax.
I don't. So tense. Everybody blowing you up about the Mormon hedge fund?
No.
People love sending you that story. I figured you'd
I didn't even see it,
have
no.
an inbox full of that story. Well, the story has been going for a couple of weeks in the news cycle that the Mormon church has this huge whistleblower who's blowing the lid off of the LDS organization. And this is a guy who was their former investment manager.
Yeah.
And so he is blowing the whistle on the Church of Latter-day Saints, saying that the reason that they have $100 billion is that they never sent any of the money out that was earmarked for charity.
Of course not.
Well, that makes it real scummy.
This guy went on 60 Minutes.
Super scummy.
And he said basically it was a clandestine hedge fund. He said once the money went in, it didn't go out. And I guess this guy had complained to the IRS or tried to blow the whistle on what was going on because obviously LDS, like all of these other organized religions, are tax exempt. So I don't know where the tax dodging part comes from. I don't know why, organized religion these days, I grew up Catholic, and the Catholic Church is exactly the same. They have 200 million acres of land around the world. Organized religions are just real estate businesses now that are just built on fairy tales. They always said that McDonald's is just a real estate company that happens to sell food because their revenue stream comes from being landlord to their franchisees. That's how McDonald's makes their money.
Interesting.
And Mark Twain, 100 years ago said, buy land because they're not making any more of it, which is a great line. So this guy's like, yeah, the reason they have $100 billion is because they didn't spend any of it on things. And this guy, he's not some disgruntled former employee. He's a very devout Mormon himself and did not like what had been going on. He said that the church is essentially an investment firm pretending to be a charity, which has got to make the people who tithe displeased, I would think, because
my parents didn't say anything on Sunday when I saw them, so
probably not that bad.
I'm just saying, like, if you are acting in good faith as a member of a church and you are tithing, assuming that your money is going toward charity stuff. This guy said that's not what happened. Misleading the believers of the Mormon faith, dodging what would be billions of dollars in taxes by falsifying their records. Every year, the church collects...
Wait. Isn't falsifying a record a type of lying?
Bearing false witness?
Well, wouldn't
that all goes out the window. When there's money involved, that all goes out the window.
That's
this
one
is
of
the
big,
Lord's money. The Lord's allowed to lie.
It's one of the big 10 that you're not supposed to do.
Yeah. No, but they got rid of the 10 when the 10 got replaced by Jesus' rule, and it was to turn their cheek. So if someone's not using funds appropriately, you're just supposed to turn the other cheek and say, hey, it's none of our business.
Well, this guy was tired of turning his cheeks.
Yeah.
He said every year, LDS collects $7 billion from its members through tithing. They get $7 billion a year from their 17 million members. About $1 billion of that money, he said, was placed into a reserve fund, which is registered as a nonprofit. So their profits are in there growing tax-free. Registered as a nonprofit publicly, but privately making a lot of profit.
Churches are just OnlyFans. They're their first OnlyFans. They're just taking people's a percentage of people's money.
Yeah, this guy said
but
that,
at least with OnlyFans, you get,
boobies?
What you want, yeah.
He said, I thought we were going to change the world, but we just grew our bank account. So that fund now is ballooned to more than $100 billion, which is about twice the size of the endowment of Harvard University.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
And this guy resigned a few years ago. There's a website called Mormon Leaks. I guess it's like not a medical condition. It's like a WikiLeaks.
Or porno.
Oh, the worst porno.
Mormon Leaks. Soaking, part
don't
5.
Don't judge. Don't
I feel like
kink
if
shame.
something is leaky, that's not a particularly sexy adjective.
What was the phrase?
Babe, I'm leaking for you.
What was the phrase that I recently got hip to that somebody called about?
Soaking.
No. We've been talking about that for a while.
Oh,
He
when
said,
they push on the bed.
Yeah, what was that?
I mean, someone just...
I rocked the bed in a Mormon
rocked the bed,
threesome.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that's awesome. Yeah. So this guy has filed a 74-page whistleblower complaint with the IRS that says that basically the Mormon Church is just a giant hedge fund that isn't sending any of its members' money to charity. Now, what happens when you have that much money is when the IRS and the SEC come calling, you just give them a taste. You just pay them a fine. And you still have tens of billions of dollars. Of course, the church leadership says that this guy is making it all up. They vehemently deny his accusations. But this guy said, no, I was, saw the books. So I figured everybody would be sending you that. As our resident former Mormon, our foreman, they would be sending you that. I can't imagine that anyone is surprised. If you run any kind of organization where people are just sending you money, it's like a giant bowl of M&Ms. You just walk by, grab a handful, and be on with your day. You're not going to be. But again, these places are all tax exempt. So it's when they buy all this property that they would normally have to pay taxes on. Just start taxing these goddamn church people. Just start taxing them. I mean, it's supposed to be illegal for churches to even make, political statements or endorsements or whatever. That's been going on for a long time. That just got like wallpapered, steamrolled over. So fine. They want a hand in it. We all gotta pay our share of whatever. Just start taxing these people. Of course, I'm sure they'd find a way around that too. That's no panacea for the problems, They're
just because you have a
professional athletes in tax dodging. What?
They'll find a loophole, or they'll find a way around it.
Guys, they're not loopholes. The Lord works in mysterious ways. Why is it so confusing? This is how faith works.
Soaking is a loophole too, and they figured that out.
Yeah, again, more just mysterious ways to do things.
Help me out, Bill. Do you, when you soak, do you finish or no?
I don't know. This is not anything that actually existed when I was in church. This is not anything that I ever heard of until like a few years ago. It got talked about mainstream.
You were also young and probably didn't have your ear to the ground and that stuff.
Well, I also wasn't a Mormon in Utah. I was a Mormon here. So if we wanted to have sex with someone, we just do it.
Just did it.
They just soaked.
But it was, soaking wasn't anything. And also, like, I still think it's more just a meme than anything that anybody actually does. I think it's just a joke.
They're probably just having sex.
Yeah.
Or you're doing butt stuff or whatever, yeah.
Because if you're going to put it in, there was never a time where, like, well, if you don't move it, it doesn't count. Like, if it's in there, it's sex.
Right, let's just finish
it. They made us feel bad about everything leading up to the sex, too. Like, French kissing was pretty, like, hey, you can do it, but be careful because it's going to get you all horned up.
Hug.
And, as soon as you're going to, and then you're going to want to go further, so.
What about Spanish kissing?
Nobody in Mormonism can roll their R's, Alan. Come on.
Oh, what are you talking about? We're all very...
Yeah, they're all very...
travel...
Castilian.
No, that was bad.
Marijuana.
Kiss me on the face.
Yeah. You know I'm bilingual.
Oh, boy. right, let me talk to Carmine Appice here, and then we'll...
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
Carmine Appice is a legendary rock and roll drummer. He's one of my favorites. He's been part of so many projects, it is impossible to keep count, and I want to talk to him. You there?
Alan.
Carmine.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Man, am I excited to talk to you.
Thank you so much.
I started playing the drums when I was 14 years old, and at the time, my instructor said, you got to learn to play jazz rudiments. Every drummer started out with jazz, but you move on down the line, and there were just, he knew I wanted to play rock and roll, and one of the first things that he handed me was your book.
My book?
Because he said, this is a guy who's got chops and is a rock drummer. Because I imagine back in the day, every rock drummer started kind of having their chops. Listen to guys like Buddy Rich and Gene Krupa and all that.
That's me. That's me. But yeah, and I wrote the book, and I'm surprised at how many radio people are drummers, man. I've been talking to radio all day yesterday and today, and I'd say 80 or 90% of the people I talk to were drummers.
Well, listen, in the world of music, as you know, the only people who are less respected than drummers are radio people. So maybe we just all came together. It's all about timekeeping, Carmine.
That's right. I mean, I'm married to a radio personality from New York. She's the radio chick. She's not in it no more, but she was huge over here when I met her, you know. But
who's that, Leslie?
Leslie, yeah, Leslie Gold.
That's your wife. Wow, well done. I didn't know that.
Yeah, she's great. 20 years we've been together.
I remember her back in the Free FM days.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
When I left high school to go to college, we're talking 1989, I got myself a brand new stereo. And it was the first one I had that had a compact disc player in it. I came up listening to cassettes and albums. And the first CD I ever bought was the Blue Murder CD.
Oh, man, what a good one.
And it is still to this day, Blue Murder is still, it was kind of a one and done. I know John went on to do more stuff with them, but you and Tony had left. But that to this day is still one of my favorite rock records of all time. Just everything in it was just in your face. It was amazing.
And me too. I wish we tried to get Blue Murder together like 3 or 4 years ago, and it just didn't work, and then COVID hit and everything else. But that's that was one album that I would have bet my house that this was going to sell 5 million albums. It was so good, you know, but it never did, and it went underground, you know. We did do really, really amazing in Japan, you know, and it's just too bad.
You've toured the world and you've been in the business for a long time. Do you have any insight as to why American rock does so well for so long in Japan?
Because they're into the image, they're into the great players. Because, you know, back in the day, like BBA went there. We were the first band to play the Budokan after the Beatles.
Yep.
You know, and they were really into great musicians, and because Japan didn't have great rock musicians yet. You know, later on in the year 2000, I went and played the Budokan with Tim Bogert, with Shaw. He was a Japanese Jeff Beck, and we played the Budokan. And he was a great musician. So by then, which is, you know, like 27 years later, these musicians have developed over there, you know?
Tell me about this new record.
Well, this new record is awesome. I mean, this guy, Fernando Perdomo, who's my partner in this, is a monster instrumentalist. He plays guitar, bass, keyboard, drums. And, you know, when I met him through Tom Dowd, the great producer, his daughter, he introduced us. And I just opened us. Well, I didn't open it. I just got my studio in my house in when I moved there in 2020. And I needed someone to play with to learn how to do it. So he was in LA, so we started exchanging stems, and I realized this guy was great. So after like 12 songs, I got a deal on Cleopatra. We released the first record, but nobody really did anything. You know, they just released it as a favor to me. You know, we did a little bit, but not like this one. And then we started doing this one, and yeah, I knew we had something going on because, you know, everything we did was really unique and cool, you know. So the last thing we did was my idea to do this, the Kate Bush song, you know, Running Up That Hill. So we did it, and when it came out, I said, wow, Fernando's awesome, man. This thing sounds great because we're playing tonight at the Cutting Room.
Well, in 1 week from today, it's Carmine Day out in L.A., May 23rd.
That's really funny because we're playing the whiskey.
It's perfect.
That day. I forgot about that. I'm gonna mention that, you know.
Put it back on your calendar.
Wow. I'm going to tell my manager, I'm going to tell Chip to promote it like that, you know?
Sure.
Wow, I forgot about that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Happy to help. Best of luck tonight. Good luck with the album. Very happy to talk to you, man. I'm a huge fan. And continued success in whatever you want to do, Carmine.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Take care. That's a great Carmine Appice. Love that guy. Blue Murder. Oh, what a great album. But you go back to the Jeff Beck stuff, Rod Stewart and King Cobra, and he's got to be. I was going to ask him about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Well, anyway, I got to take a break. Do you want those Aerosmith tickets? They've announced part of that farewell tour is coming to Cleveland. So we'll do those coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell
was guerrilla warfare at its highest.
Were they heroes or villains? You decide.
You and I are going to have a problem. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Welcome to the jungle.
Listen to the Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time to give stop away.
I'm going to go see Aerosmith on their farewell tour. They're calling it Peace Out. They're taking the Black Crowes on the road with them, and they're going to hit Cleveland Thursday night, September the 21st at the Romo Fijo. You can go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com for all of the details. I will give you this pair here for being caller number 10. Good luck, too, for Aerosmith. Last time around, this fall, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Podcast anytime on our iHeartRadio app.
Ooh, what's a podcast?
Like a TV show, but without the pictures.
Baby, that's called radio. What you're describing is radio.
And live on the radio weekday afternoons.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, the Cleveland Funny Bus for tomorrow night is now officially sold out. I got a text from the person who bought the very last ticket.
Oh, nice.
Guess who?
Randy.
DJ JXC?
It's Randy.
Is it Randy? They actually canceled.
It's going to be another intense Randy ride on the Alan Cox Show Funny Bus.
They
Anyway,
actually canceled all of Cleveland, Ohio.
you can go to funnybus.net if you were unable to make it last week or tomorrow night. Every Wednesday in the month of May, and then hopefully beyond, we'll be your hosts for that. So funnybus.net will have all the details, but Bill will be your host tomorrow night. I'll be back next week, and it'll be a lot of fun. But I've given away all of my tickets, and so there are no more to be had. So unless he was trolling me, Intense Randy will be on your ride tomorrow, Bill.
Well, Funny Bus is a good time, so I'm sure it'll be awesome.
Guardians are playing tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. 8:10 is your start at Guaranteed Rate Field. 7:40 is the pregame. They'll play tonight, tomorrow, and then I guess Thursday afternoon, whatever the day is after that. I'll have tickets for you the remainder of the week if you want to go to the Guardians when the White Sox are in town. And they'll play an afternooner on May 24th, so I have those tickets for you all week. But Tito, at the beginning of our year here at iHeart Cleveland, we had a whole big rah-rah staff meeting, and we had a handful of special guests, one of whom was Tito Francona, who was still in the middle of spring training. So he was zooming in from Arizona. And he was giving everybody a pep talk or whatever. And he mentioned that right around the corner, precisely on the other side of our building here, is going to be a brand new pizza shop that he is an investor in. Used to be Vincenzo's Pizza, right?
Yeah.
Was there forever. I never.
So good.
It closed before I ever got a slice from that joint.
They had the big, thick Sicilian style pizza.
What like New York pizza?
No, like not deep dish, but it's like the
Well, that's
thicker.
not deep dish. The
no,
big,
I'm not
wide
saying,
pieces. What do you mean?
No, not big, wide triangles. They're like squares, but they're big, thick squares. I thought it was called Sicilian style.
It might be. I think of that as New York pizza. That's,
New York pizza is the
big
triangles.
floppy spice.
Floppy triangles
floppy
is New York.
triangles.
So these aren't floppy triangles, is what you're saying.
Floppy triangles.
These are
my
floppy.
new lesbian bar that I'm going to open.
These are floppy squares.
They're not floppy
They're
at all.
not floppy. They're
hard
dense.
squares.
No. It's like a thick,
crusted and rectangular.
Yeah.
Yes.
Similar to like a pan pizza.
Kind of, yeah.
So that's what that's what Vincenzo's was
That's
doing.
what Vincenzo's was doing.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's not what this new place is.
No, Geraci's is opening Friday.
Yeah.
This Friday.
It looks awesome. I love the style.
80s themed pizza shop for lunch, dinner, late night crowds. So there you go.
I mean, it looks.
And Tito is one of their big investors, so they're trying to.
They got a bunch of lawn chairs out front, and they're
like
classic lawn chairs, and the decor inside is absolutely straight out of a pizza place when you were a kid that you'd go to after a soccer game.
That's why they said they spent a year acquiring period-appropriate details like antique pool tables, a 1984 Coca-Cola machine, payphone, and the sit-down Ms. Pac-Man and Millipede machines. Those sit-down video games, man, that is awesome. One of the guys says, everybody should remember the first time they had a slice of pizza with their grandma on a Sunday.
Never.
Now, I never did
once.
that. Never once did I ever have a piece of pizza with my grandmother on a Sunday.
I don't think I ever ate pizza with my grandma.
I didn't either.
No, my grandma was Italian, so every Sunday, Sunday we would go to the buffet after church, but my grandma would cook pasta and sauce and meatballs and things like that.
We didn't go out to eat on Sundays because we were very strict about, like, if it's the Lord's Day, you're not supposed to work. So if you are going to a business or something, you're making somebody else work, and that counts.
But they're working whether or not you're there.
I understand, but you're not supposed to do what it's.
So many dumb rules.
Again, yeah. I'm just telling you what they told me.
I understand. I got told dumb crap too. But we were going. I mean, we went to my grandma's every Sunday after church. So we
spend
went.
Money on Sundays was the thing.
Made the trip to my grandma's, but my grandma was German. She wasn't cooking no pizza and meatball. That sounds awesome.
Oh, so good.
Oh God, when I was a kid, all the kids I went to school with were Irish or Italian. I had some Puerto Rican kids in there too, but mostly. And I was so envious of the Italian kids, just for the food.
Good food, man.
And because their dads were all like connected guys.
Hey.
It was like, but God, they were. I'm like, oh, no wonder you guys are all fat.
Yeah.
Eating pasta all the time. Except not everybody in Italy's fat. They figured it out. The cacio de pepe or whatever. I mean, oh man, yum.
Yeah.
So anyway, Geraci's going to open around here on the corner. Not on the corner, behind our building.
Yeah.
Walk through our building on the other side.
Right? It's our neighbor, basically, because this building is 668 on both sides. Like, the name of the building, 668, and it's, like, right on the other side. I'm excited. Get the slice through the window.
Oh.
Just walk up to the window.
Up.
I need a slice. I got to get back on the air.
God damn. Here I am dropping weight.
No, you're not. Not anymore.
Oh, God.
That's over now, baby.
Oh, I'm down 8 pounds.
Buckaroo.
And now they're going to open just in time for summer?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
pizza
screwed. Oh, no way. Well, if I just go like on a Friday or something.
If you walk the long way.
All the way around.
Yeah, you walk.
Past Public Square.
Yeah.
You're not gonna, I was going to say, you ain't walking off a piece of Sicilian pizza.
Dude, I ate pizza.
As you describe it.
I ate pizza every day that I was in New York. That was pretty much what I had for lunch every single day. I had a slice of pizza from somewhere. They were so good. I love pizza, man.
Yeah, I do too. But there's
my favorite food.
But people don't think that New York has garbage pizza.
Oh, it
and
does.
They do. There's so much garbage pizza.
But that's the garbage pizza is for when you're pretty good though. It's still because pizza. That's when you're drunk and you're just going to whatever
99-cent slice.
Yes, the quick stuff. But like where you went, the Prince Street Pizza is fantastic.
Oh my God.
There's like 4 or 5 good pizza places in New York City, so like good for them.
Last time we were there, we stayed with a friend in the East Village, and we went to. Yes, we got back and we were hammered, and we're coming around the corner, and we just dipped in to get a slice, and it was not great. And
you weren't drunk enough then. That's
well,
on you.
no, I was hammered, but I mean, it used to be, you get a slice for like $1, right? $1.50 maybe. It's like $3-4 now. I mean, I get it. It's post-pandemic.
I got that Prince Street pizza, which was phenomenal. It was so good. But it was like $7 for one slice of pizza.
Yeah, but if it's really good like that, I'm happy doing that.
I was walking with it, and they have the little pepperonis that when they curl up into little cups.
Yes.
Yes, they have that
full of
pepperoni.
grease.
Yeah, grease cup pepperonis.
Yeah.
I love pizza so much, and with that opening right there, oh boy, I'm gonna get
Fat Mare's coming back.
Tubbo.
Fat Mare's coming back.
Dyeing my hair red, gonna be chunky. Shopping at Torrid.
Now you can't get mad at us.
She's come full circle. That's what she'll look like. So there'll be 3 styles. There'll be the round, the grandma square.
Oh, maybe they will have.
And the Sicilian square.
Okay, so they'll have the Sicilian.
$5 or $6.
I wonder what the difference is between the grandma square and the Sicilian square.
I guess we'll find out when we try them all.
Right. We're not even on the air Friday, but I might come down just to get some slices.
Right. Oh, my goodness. So
It's not open yet, Mary. You don't have to leave.
She runs out of the studio. Ready-made glass flask cocktails. Say that 5 times fast.
Oh, they have cocktails.
And then you can mix your own cocktail. Oh, boy. They really. That Tito, he's no dummy. Right? He and his partners, they know what's up.
Yeah. Again, I just love the look of it, too. It looks so fun to just go in there and just feel like you're... I think it's funny that in like the 80s and 90s, the 50s diners were all the rage, and now it's like, yeah,
80s diners.
80s diner, yeah, 80s pizza shop. Look them on Strangers Things.
The way they do it, too, is when you place an order, they hand you a card with a picture of an 80s era celebrity instead of a table number. So then they call out who's on your card. It's going to be like, Chachi!
Yeah.
Hey,
Nice.
Knight Rider, your pizza's up here. And that'll be fun for Poundcake because he won't know who any of the people on the cards are.
No, not at all.
Alf, he'll just be sitting there. Alf, your order's up.
Willie!
Willie! Poundcake just sitting there. Alf! Of course, you probably know Alf. That's a bad pick on my part. But that'll be great. And it's going to be a late night spot. So, you know, you're coming back from a ball game or a show or something. All that wood paneling and those old-timey, like, menus. That's awesome.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yep. Very cool. Do you want to do some hot goss?
I mean, Mary stepped
You
out
want
for
to?
something.
Why'd she leave the room?
I don't know.
She got a fart?
She was on the phone for something. I think she's getting some. She always get things delivered.
We have to delivered.
She was on
during
the
the
phone.
show.
I don't know what she's doing.
What is she having delivered?
I don't know what she's doing.
I
don't want her to miss it.
I have to wait for her to.
I mean, she loves Perez Bilton, and I don't want her to miss it. But I guess
Well,
the show must go on.
Let me play a call. I got
Okay.
plenty of calls in the after hours line.
Hey, Alan Cox, if that's your real name, who knows? Could all be made up. You have great recommendations for TV shows like Ted Lasso and Barry. Watching Barry right now. But I'm going to need your Hulu password so I can finish watching Ted Lasso. I think it's on Hulu. It might be on something else. Whatever it's on, I need that password. Thank you.
Yeah, Hulu. Ted Lasso's on Apple Plus.
Apple Plus, yeah.
Which I don't know if that's incorporated now. All these streamers are combining with each other.
Yeah,
so
Disney
like,
Plus and Hulu are about to join forces, right?
But they're also going to keep them separate or something. I don't
Disney
understand.
already owns 50% of Hulu.
Well, that's why they're combining them, but they also said that the two apps are going to stay separate. I don't know. And all the FX stuff is on Hulu. All right, so write this down, dude. My Hulu, okay. My login is my real name. You're right. Alan Cox is not my real name. My login is my real name. Dr. Elgin Glimrimple. My password is my birth date, backwards, plus my paternal grandmother's initials, plus the state flower of Pennsylvania. And then you should be able to log in. But again, Ted Lasso's on Apple Plus, not on Hulu. I mean, that'll get you into my Hulu, but that's not going to help you out with Apple Plus. But good luck.
So your birthday backwards would be 4491. And
you son of a bitch.
42.
They finally
06.
Speaking of Hulu and FX, they're finally ending Archer. After 14 seasons, John Benjamin is losing one of his 8 gigs. I just got back into Archer. We used to religiously watch Archer, and we just kind of fell off. I don't know if it was when we still had cable and they moved it or something. I don't know. But I kind of fell off, and then recently I was like, I need to go back and watch a show I fell off of, but I like. And I landed on Archer. But I'm like, am I going to watch 9 seasons of Archer? Probably not, but it's been on longer than anybody thought it would be. John Benjamin hit the lottery between Bob's Burgers and Archer, where he does the main voice for both. Both of those shows being on over a decade apiece. But for people who are still watching Archer, and it's Chris Parnell and it's Aisha Tyler and Judy Greer. Again, nobody's making Simpsons money on cartoons anymore, but it's a good gig to have when you're just doing voices. and you're making money. You don't have to worry so much about other gigs when you have those kinds of jobs. You can kind of go screw off if you want to. Be a little bit more choosy. But anyway, FX unveiled their summer premiere dates, and Archer will end. Their final season will premiere on August 30th, and they air on Hulu.
Hey, she's back.
Hey, I had to wait.
Wait,
He wanted you to hear Hot Goss.
Is it that good?
I mean,
No,
I know.
I haven't heard it, but what do you think the answer is? You left the room.
Yeah.
I had to.
And he's like,
Where,
I
where'd
gotta
you run
wait.
out to?
Have you ever heard of a little place called Terry's North Coast Auto?
Oh, yeah.
They just delivered my car to me after the service was completed. So I
Oh.
had to run out and get it off of Euclid Avenue real quick. So I just had to move it.
Were you able to park in the garage?
Yeah, I was
hilarious.
only gone for 4 minutes.
That's pretty fast.
So they pulled it right up front. I ran it into the garage real quick and ran back.
All right.
Sorry, I'm out of breath because I'm getting a head start on that pizza belly. But
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
What?
Now you can get to enjoy hot gossip.
Oh, perfect.
All right.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
What up, Goss Guzzlers? Britney Spears' marriage to Sam Asghari is on the rocks. Spears has gotten physical with Sam, and security has had to intervene on a few occasions. Asghari rarely even stays in the same house as Britney Spears at this point. And according to inside sources, Asghari said they are not done yet, but if she hits him one more time...
I knew it. I knew it.
All right. Kanye is married. Did you guys know that Kanye got married?
No.
Yeah,
I knew
to
he got
some.
married.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it was reported back in January that he got married to Bianca Sensori in a private ceremony. Well, according to inside sources, Kanye and his wife were recently seen tasting the hate together at Chick-fil-A. And I just think that's kind of a weird place for a guy like him to go. He's got a lot of money. Maybe if he wasn't a college dropout, he could take her to a real restaurant. And there's rumors Meghan Markle and Prince Harry are expecting a child. But a recent trip to a sushi bar may have thrown a wrench in that theory. According to inside sources, we are unsure if Meghan consumed any raw fish, so speculation of her pregnancy continues. But Prince Harry is on record saying the sushi was worth the diarrhea.
All right.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
That hot
Worth
goss was
the diarrhea.
Worth the diarrhea.
Wow.
He said it with an English accent, so people will think he's fancy.
Worth the diarrhea. I'm so glad you waited for me.
I didn't want you to miss that.
Aren't you
'cause
glad
there's
now?
Hot goss coming out of Prince Harry's butt.
Bianca Sensori kind of looks like Kim Kardashian.
They all look like
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian. The guy has a type.
Yeah.
Julia Fox kind of did.
Mm-hmm.
This girl does. It's like if you look like her, you could line up and Kanye's gonna want to bang you.
Yeah.
It's by design.
I'm just glad he was able to find true love finally.
Finally.
It
You
does
know
make
what I
sense
did
that
hear?
he goes to Chick-fil-A, though.
And what I heard about the Britney Spears wedding thing, her husband, his name's Sam, right?
Yeah.
He said she drives him crazy.
Is that one of her songs?
Yes. You drive me crazy.
Oh, come on. We all knew that relationship was toxic.
Alan?
I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, hey, 35192 to do that. You can hit us up at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Susie just flushes her used tampons down the toilet.
Okay, shake your head all you want over there. I don't care what you think.
Is there like a big tampon berg underneath her house that's just ready to blow?
It's going to break the foundation, yeah?
Yeah, I can't wait.
This guy works for the sewer department.
You're nasty with those That is so bad
You're
for plumbing.
nasty ass.
What they call them in the sewer department is white mice. They're so common from nasty women. But honestly.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Universal Windows Direct. I've tried a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations. And they have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent. Learn almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Ken Ganley Kia is Ohio's #1 Kia dealer, and this is how we do it. By giving our lowest price and payment right up front on over 700 new Kias, including Kia Seltos, K5, Forte, Sorrento, Sportage, Carnival, and the 3-row Telluride. Just sign and drive with zero zilch do-it signing. That's right, 0 do-it signing. Need credit? We'd love to say yes, you're approved. Plus, get on-the-spot delivery and drive home today at any of our 4 convenient Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them Mackenzie sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
Plus tax tag title and doc fee on approved credit through KMF. #1 in overall retail Kia sales in the Central Region for 1/1 to 12/31/22 per Kia Motors year-end sales report.
Did you know that tires purchased from Conrad's include everything you need to get the maximum life out of your new tires? Bundle and save to get up to $250 off on 4 select Goodyear tires. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
Hey, it's Alan. Great news from Window Nation. If you've been looking to modernize and reinvest in your home, brand new windows, expertly installed from Window Nation, will more than do the trick. And here's the best part. 0% interest for 5 years, 60 months, 0% financing. On top of that, they'll give you 2 free windows with every 2 you buy. It's a 1-2 punch. You get all the advantages of more comfort in your home. Energy bills are way lower. Your home value is way higher. And frankly, the people who live next door to you will be oohing and eyeing nonstop. Windows are made here in Northeast Ohio, expertly installed, impeccably constructed. I've got them in at Casa Cox. I'll talk to them every morning and marvel at their beauty. It's one of the smartest investments you can make. WindowNation.com, great place to start, or call 866-90-NATION. Give them my name. 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, no limit, and 0% interest for 5 years. It's for a limited time, though, so don't skip it. 866-90-NATION, give them my name, or go to windownation.com.
Don't let today's higher interest rates stop you from buying your dream home. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. The Federal Reserve is calling for more interest rate increases, but with Third Federal's early approval, you can lock in your mortgage rate now before rates go up again. Only Third Federal's early approval locks in your rate now before you find a house, protecting you from rising interest rates. Early approval is a pre-approval, good for 6 months. And for a limited time, you get $295 off a closing cost. Plus, buy a home with Third Federal this spring, and if rates go down anytime in the next 3 years, you can refinance for free. Early approval ends May 31st. Apply online or call 1-800-3RD-FED today.
The Federal Reserve is calling for more rate increases this year, so lock in today's rate of 6.09%, APR 6.18% on Third Federal's 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, even before you find a home. Rate lock renews automatically the current rate after 60 days or anytime upon request. APR reflects 15% down for $200,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Ask associate for details. Equal housing lender.
Lowe's knows spring is the time for outdoor savings. And during the spring savings event, you can make your lawn and garden beautiful with outdoor essentials at Lowe's. For a limited time, get 3 bags of premium mulch for just $10. And plant your garden with Miracle Grow 1.5 cubic foot organic raised bed soil. Now just 2 for $15. Shop in-store and online today. Lowe's knows lawn care. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 5/17. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
At Mr. Hero, every sandwich deserves a sidekick. Imagine all the possibilities. A Roman burger with loaded tater tots, a chicken Philly with fried pickles, or a hot butter cheesesteak with breaded mushrooms.
Mr. Hero, it's a taste you
Kia of Bedford, buy any new Kia and make no payments for 90 days. You heard it, no payments for 90 days. KiaofBedford.com.
Or take 50% off installation. 877-98-PELLA, PellaCleveland.com.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Shoot me a text. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. Thanks again to Pillar Shigoski. Not Pilar, Pillar. As in salt, as in Genesis, as in all that stuff. Guardians play tonight. They're in Chicago. 7:10 is the Central Time. Our time is 8:10. Confused? Don't be. You'll hear it here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us from parts unknown, well, they're unknown to us, probably not unknown to you.
That'd be crazy if you know where you were listening.
That would be weird, right? If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do it, because I'd like to know if you're outside Ohio. Or, People will go, I'm in the far-flung reaches of Ohio where you have to listen on the app. That's fine, too. We got people in Toledo and Dayton and everywhere else. Chad's up in Erie, PA. Ray is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs in Vancouver. Joe is in Shelby, North Carolina. Deborah's in Pittsburgh. Jarrett and Tatiana listen, provided they're still together. You know, I get some of these couples that go, hey, we both love the show. Jarrett and Tatiana listen in Portland, Oregon. Ray and Brittany listen in Yorktown, Virginia, provided they're still. Tyler and Julie, Fort Pierce, Florida. What's the state of their relationship? Don't know. None of my business. Speaking of dissolutions, Lauren Boebert has filed for divorce from her husband. They have been married since junior high, right? Weren't they bragging about the fact that they started having kids when they were 10 or something? And Lauren and Boebert, of course, speaking of Colorado, everybody knows who Lauren Boebert is. They have 4 sons. They've been married almost 20 years. And she filed for divorce. So who knows? If I can go so far as to speculate what happened, words will always give you away. And part of her statement says that I've always been faithful in my marriage, and I believe strongly in marriage, which makes this announcement that much more difficult. That tells me that he was not. Because here's what probably happened, right? Once Lauren Boebert starts to get some national attention for being a cuckoo, the husband, runs into some other people, and somebody goes, you need somebody who understands you, honey. You can't be, come on. So, again, pure speculation and conjecture, but I would be surprised if the information isn't that her husband was off doing something else while she was fighting to represent the people of Colorado's 3rd Congressional District. Irreconcilable differences. A 46-page divorce petition. How about that, boy? Weird thing is, the last page of the divorce petition all rejected Colorado vanity plates. They have 4 sons, the oldest of whom is 17, and is going to be a dad next April. This was the big thing, right? She's all happy that her teenage sons don't use condoms. Loves it because that will make her a 36-year-old grandmother just as her own mom was. Isn't it wild what people put value on? She was working at Burger King when she was 16 and met her future husband and fell in love. Her pants were as aflame as the Burger King grill. You'd assume 4 months after we met, Jason and I went off to get married. Because of course you did.
Didn't you say Burger King was going out of business? Maybe they should.
Well,
make
they're
her
closing
the
a lot
face.
of restaurants. They're not going out of business, but they're closing a lot of restaurants. Somebody was telling me when I mentioned that, because Burger King said they're going to, and I love Burger King. People said that, I guess one guy had the lion's share of the franchises in Northeast Ohio, and those all kind of fell out, which is why it's increasingly difficult to find a Burger King in business. But they're still around. But when she was 16, that's where she was working. Pretty common trajectory for American teens, right? You work in fast food. And she liked to do everything else fast. They got turned away in Las Vegas because she was too young. And she pointed out there was no shotgun wedding. McDonald's offered me a shift manager position that paid more than $40,000 a year, and I was just a teenager, she said. The choice between high school and a high-paying job that would put food on the table was this is all from her book. She wrote a book. These people get famous. Nobody's ever heard of them before. They get a little bit of a national attention, and they don't write the book. They, dictate a bunch of stories. Then a person who knows how to construct a book will put the stories together.
Ooh, give me one of those. I have good stories.
But you're not a paperwork guy.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. I
you
tell people
find
how to write it.
All
Yeah.
these books are ghost-written, right? They take the person's stories, like Kramer in the Pants, J. Peterman stories. These people all have
Well,
other
that's
people.
different. Those were
Kramer's stories.
But that's not. Like I want to tell my stories. I just don't want to do the tippy types.
That's not for you.
Yeah, I don't like type it.
But listen, you can write. Who's going to be able to
I'll just do
better
voice to
regale
text.
people? Huh?
Well, I'll tell them the story. I don't need someone to, like...
You want a typist.
Yes, exactly. That's
you
what
don't
I
want
need.
a ghostwriter.
I do voice
Just
to text.
someone doing a typist.
Yeah.
Being a typist. Her husband, of course, people love to point out, people who don't like Lauren Boebert at all, love to point out that her husband flashed some kids at a bowling alley. And this wasn't when they were kids. This was back in 2004. Lewd exposure. And her defense was he never displayed his genitals. He only acted like he was going to unzip his pants, which I guess to her was a defense.
Mm.
He only pretended that he was going to show two girls at a bowling alley his junk. So anyway, who knows? Listen, 20 years is a long time to be married. Long time. But what are you going to do? She's attacked relentlessly by the left, she says, of course, because all for no reason. She's a fine, upstanding woman, but she and her husband are getting divorced. Listen, divorce sucks. You know, I'm sure there are going to be all kinds of people who don't like her who are going to be like, ha ha, but it sucks. You'll never meet a person who's getting divorced who say that they ever want to get married again. I swore till I was blue in the face I'd never get married again.
Did you?
You know what, Bill? See me after the show, will you?
I got things to do,
Got
but
something
you
to
gotta
tell
tell
you.
me now.
I've got something to tell you.
You should marry that blonde lady that hangs out with us sometime.
Who's that?
That blonde one that sits in Mary's spot sometimes.
Gab Cruz?
No,
My
not that
wife?
one.
Yes, Gab Cruz.
Gab Cruz.
No, we do have a thing for blondes, don't we? On that
Well, what do you want? There's a lot of women out there blonde. Mary will need to get on some Wegovy so she can eat pizza day. Yeah, how about that?
So Wegovy.
It's one of them lose weight fast shots.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Yup.
I'm in.
Get your semi-glutides and pepperoni.
Wegovy me.
Yeah.
I'll do ads for it.
Alan and Grandma Pizza is typically thin rectangle with the cheese placed before the tomato sauce, baked in a sheet pan and cut into a small square. Okay, well, there you go. They're going to offer you around the corner here all kinds of different options for you. Anytime you want to leave voicemails for us, too, if you don't have access to the app, or, listen, on the rare occasion it's just not working for you, you can always leave us voicemails on the After Hours line. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan, Trucker John, love the show. Went to Mackinac Island for the weekend. What a great time. I recommend it. I was watching some of the old clips. Poundcake looks so bored. Does he look like that all the time, or is that just one and done?
Huh. All right. Well, he thinks you look bored, Cody. You're just sitting there, right?
I was going to say, I mean, it depends. I'm not bored doing this show, but I'm going to look bored not doing anything. I'm sitting here.
Right.
What do
He
you want
has
me to
resting bored face.
do? Like, I understand.
If you're listening to other people, you're not going to look excited.
I mean, yeah.
Tell you what, do me a favor, just to get this guy off my back. Could you look excited when I'm talking? So anyway, the blah, 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 and the, hey, Lauren Boebert's husband's a convicted sex offender. Maybe don't smile for that
Not
part.
that big.
That's going to be a bad screen grab for you. That's going to be a really, really bad. He should have put an onion ring on it. Okay, I get it, because they were working at Burger King together, and I understand that.
That's good.
That is good. But imagine they go to a girl who's 16 and they go, you'd make a great shift manager, and we're going to pay you $40,000 a year. There's no teenager that wouldn't take that, if that's a true story. There's no teenager that wouldn't take that if apparently her parents weren't putting food on the table. Well, her mom was a 36-year-old grandmother. It's really hard to kind of get things going under those circumstances. So Laura Bobes had to go out and make the money out there. I know what'll make you feel better. You want some sweet nothings?
Oh, we haven't had one of these in a minute.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
It's a great day to kick somebody's ass.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
All right. I was getting out there and kick somebody's ass.
It's always a great day to kick somebody's ass.
Is it?
Yeah. You can always get these hands no matter what season.
Yeah, but when was the last person you
He's
kicked?
all about being mean to servants and just violence.
When was the last time you kicked someone's ass?
Oh, God, I haven't gotten into a fight since.
I didn't ask a fight. You kicked someone's ass.
I kicked somebody's ass.
Yeah.
Middle school.
It's been that long?
You're due.
But I was going to say, every day, you've done it one time, and yet your motto is any day is a good day to kick some ass?
I didn't say it was one time.
When was the other time? You said the last time was middle school.
Yeah,
you were kicking ass before middle school?
Yes.
You were punching kindergartners? What were you doing?
I was also a kindergartner, so yeah.
I don't mean little kids on the playground pushing each other down. I mean...
Talk about a real fight.
Yeah.
I was
slobber
bullied, so
knocker.
I had to fight for my rights.
I don't think
You
there's...
don't fight for your rights. You don't even... You're not worried about it.
There's no legit ass kicking going on until like you're in high school or junior high.
College, I didn't... No one really fought me in college. Like, we had rough housing. We had wrestling, but that wasn't...
Well, that's what you're into. You want a little, you're a little rough housing that goes a little sideways. And like, oh, wow. Something fell out.
See? And that's exactly why I got to fight for my rights, because that's exactly why no one wanted to wrestle me. That's why everyone's like, they would like just go down the line to like, oh, they'll fight with this roommate and then fight with this roommate. And then they get to me and they're like, all right, this isn't
I'll wrestle you right now. You want to wrestle?
No, I don't want to wrestle.
Wait, why wouldn't they square up to you? What was that? What
Because
stopped them?
Because
They thought you were going to file a civil lawsuit against them.
No, they were afraid that they would get aroused because I'm so tempting.
Oh, please. Why did they stop in front of you?
They stopped. I don't know.
No, why?
I don't know why.
You never asked?
Nope. I kind of just assumed. I'm like, oh.
Why does nobody ever ask questions?
Because I didn't care. I was like...
You didn't care why a person was going down the line, going to kick everybody's ass, stops at you. That created no questions in your mind at all. If I was in line to get my ass kicked, first of all, I don't know what this violence receiving line is. What?
They were wrestling.
Oh, they were grappling and they didn't want to grab you because you were gay.
That's what I said.
Well,
they were afraid they were going to get aroused.
You think everybody's going to get aroused around you. I didn't know you were being serious.
Yeah, no, they would, they were doing like wrestling moves and stuff like that.
Why would they think they were going to get aroused because you were gay? Guys are so stupid.
They didn't want to discover something in themselves.
Yeah, they don't want to feel anything a little confusing, maybe.
But why would it be confusing? We were wrestling and I got a boner.
And they didn't know that could happen.
They don't want that boner.
I mean, when I was wrestling...
It's an unwanted boner.
When I was wrestling in high school and college, all right? Granted, you're wearing protection or whatever, but I never got a boner. But if I did, it wouldn't have been like, I wonder if I'm gay.
You would like,
you would know.
It was just right, and it just made it do that.
What was what?
Like the friction. You would blame it on the friction.
Blame it on the friction.
Well, no. Again, it's covered up, but I mean, it's you're still grappling. You're still two dudes.
Huh? Do all wrestlers wear cups?
I don't know. I was only one wrestler.
But
I mean, we did back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Like wrestlers now don't wear cups.
They might not. But you might get a knee in the nuts, and that's the last time you're not going to wear protection.
Yeah.
You got the ear protection. You're going to put stuff on your ears and not in your balls? I mean, you're grappling. You get somebody in a fireman's carry, you got a shoulder in your balls. You don't want that.
No.
So they stop to you. They go, I'm not going to wrestle you.
No one
because I might pop a rod, and then what would happen? Everybody make fun of him.
I guess no one roughhoused with me. That was for the bros. I was Cody. I was their
So
friend.
the straight guys would only engage in homoerotic activity with other straight guys.
Correct.
Right.
Because they knew we're bros. We know we're not gonna get. You're not gonna get aroused. And if we do, we know not to tell anybody. Cody, I'd tell someone.
God.
And I absolutely would. I'd be like, oh, don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
No, bro. You and I are straight. We're gonna grapple each other's bodies. I'm not wrestling the gay guy.
I call this one the reach around.
You and I. Oh, I saw. What's his name is in the hospital. The classic WWE legend. I don't know these people, but I see these stories. Oh God, he had somebody else's name, and that's why. Oh, Superstar Billy Graham. Do you remember Superstar Billy Graham?
Yeah, the preacher.
No, that was just
he-
Billy Graham. Superstar Billy Graham.
I don't know this guy. I've never heard of this.
He looked like Hulk Hogan, but with no hair.
They all look like Hulk Hogan.
I guess he died.
Oh, wow.
He had COVID. He might have been. He might have been in the hospital, but I think he finally died.
Yeah, this is before the era
Placed
that I
on
watched.
life support. Yeah. Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
This
I
is
don't,
like
late 70s, early 80s.
this is like 80s kind of guy.
His real name is Eldridge Wayne Coleman. Boy, I'd go by Superstar Billy Graham too.
I'd go by Eldridge.
He got a major infection in his ears and skull. Infection in his skull. Jeez. So they want to take him
Yeah,
off.
I know what that is. It's the woke mind virus. That's the infection in the skull.
That's why Lauren Boebert's getting divorced.
Yeah.
Her husband went woke.
Well, he woke up next to the wrong woman and got him in trouble.
Guess so. But Superstar Billy Graham's wife won't let them take him off support just yet. Got to get that GoFundMe page going first. You got to get that going before you pull the plug.
You say it like it's such a scam. You got to get that money.
Well, it's not a scam,
Gotta
but
get
I
that
mean,
check.
no, these are people think that wrestlers are rich, and they're not, man. I mean,
Especially from that era.
from
Don't let
that
them know
era,
until
yeah.
you secure the bag.
That's right. Well, yeah, but you know what? So many scumbags set those things up that it sucks for people who are really trying to legit help with medical costs and things. The fact that this is how people pay medical bills now is positively demented in this country.
Why can't they do
That we just go, oh, we don't have any money for these astronomically absurd hospital bills. We'll just set up a GoFundMe.
This may be a stupid question,
My
but
favorite kind from you.
Hey, we were saying you need to ask more questions.
okay. Well, is there like a loophole? Why do people keep using GoFundMe if there's so many scams? Why don't the person who has like the platform say, "Hey, this is my Venmo account. I need help with my medical bills. Put it in here," rather than go to GoFundMe?
I mean, Venmo sounds skeevier than GoFundMe.
Or any cash app that you
I don't know.
use.
I mean, some people do that.
You, do you pay taxes on a GoFundMe? Mary had one. Do you pay taxes on a
I
GoFundMe?
think you pay taxes on everything.
No, you pay Venmo. There's
You
where
don't-
fewer people are using Venmo now because if you use it a lot, you got to start paying taxes now.
The whole point of GoFundMe, the reason why GoFundMe takes a portion of the money is to cover their ass for legal stuff. So GoFundMe is technically a charitable donation. So whenever someone donates to a GoFundMe, it's non-taxable.
Okay.
But because it's run through a separate business, that's why the company GoFundMe takes a percentage of the money.
What percentage do they take?
I don't remember. It's a small amount. It's not a very large amount, but they do take a percentage of every donation.
Right.
So they don't take it just off the top. It's every single donation gets a small percentage taken off of it.
Right.
And then that goes to whatever
transaction
Yeah,
is,
yeah. The whatever they use it for. But once you get the money, you do not have to pay taxes on it. Because it's charitable donation or whatever.
Where's all that money, Mary?
I just think it's funny.
I think it's funny. All
Mary's
that
daddy
GoFundMe
died
money.
3 years ago.
Yup.
And they buried him.
What
but
happened to
She
it?
never said nothing about that money.
I took a big old swaller out of it, and I was like, uh-oh.
All right. Well, anyway, if you're a fan of that era of wrestling, superstar Billy Graham, who I think is 79 years old, is not in good shape.
They said he's dead.
Huh?
They said he's dead.
Oh, yeah?
Isn't that what you just said?
No. She doesn't want to take him off life support.
Oh, okay. I thought you said
If you're dead, he's not doing well. He's definitely not doing well.
Oh, I forgot.
Previous contest, but now the one coming up here in the future. Will we see that awesome power once again? What type of style will superstar Billy Graham resort to?
Number one, I'm going to take 7 Diana balls a day, 5 testosterone shots a week. I'm going to be so strong and so powerful.
See, that's how different wrestling was. These guys would get on TV and go, here's all the steroids I'm going to take. He was just listing all of the drugs he was going to take to beat the guy that he was going to wrestle. Oh, boy. What'd you say, Cody?
I forgot in college I was in like a huge brawl, but like they didn't know it was me. Like I was just
a huge brawl.
I was in a party. I was at a party and a fight just broke out, and somehow, some way, I got in it. Like I didn't hit anybody, but I just got pushed up against the wall. I'm fighting my way out. I'm pushing. I'm like and then I jumped off the porch and I got out of the fight.
All right.
So, yeah, that was the last time. Technically, I was in a fight, but I wasn't an active participant. I was pushed up against the wall. So when my back's up against the wall, you got to swing your way out.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you got out. You lived to tell the tale. I got those passes for you. Hey, what are you doing for Memorial Day weekend? Want to go to the Berea Rib Cook-Off?
Do I ever?
Oh, my God. At Mary's backyard.
I'll
the
be there.
Parking's free. The kids are free. All of it. The music all weekend long. And then ribs. And I'll have some passes for you after the break. Want to text for anything else? 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, it will be partly cloudy down to 45. Wednesday, sunny and cool, high between 55 and 60. Thursday, sunny, a little warmer, high 70.
This report is sponsored by LASIK Vision Institute.
LASIK is more affordable than you think. Right now at the LASIK Vision Institute, we're offering $1,000 off our Wavelight laser when treated in May. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. Visit LASIK.com for details.
Jeff Kinsbach here with the best. Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, it's Jeep season.
Search our wide selection, take your pick, and save.
Got an example?
New 2023 Jeep Compass, $5,000 off MSRP, plus attractive lease payments.
Wow, and congratulations on Claiborne's 50th anniversary.
It's all about the people. Claiborne team members who care and loyal customers who put their trust in Claiborne.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. You know what? If you're in the market for some brand new furniture, you go, man, that couch is just this side of too old. Maybe you want some new bedroom furniture, mattress, right? Maybe dining room tables, whatever it is. You go to a lot of big box stores, and you, might find something you like, but A, it'll be overpriced. B, you're going to be waiting a long time for it. Northeast Factory Direct always has tons of high-end stuff in stock. You get it right now, and they have a best price guarantee as well. So make sure you ask them about that. You'll find no shortage of glowing reviews online. A guy named Jim P. goes, I've been going there since the beginning. You know, they've been around for 20 years. He went to another store, saw something that wanted to charge him about $1,000 more for the exact same sectional at Northeast Factory Direct. So you know what he did. You're going to get furniture you love. You're going to get it right away. Something for everybody at Northeast Factory Direct, and prices that you're not going to beat. West 140th in Cleveland is where you'll find them. East Side in Euclid. They're in Macedonia, brand new in North Canton on Whitewood Street Northwest. And you can shop online anytime, northeastfactorydirect.com.
Mr. Hero!
They say that time is of the essence, and at Mr. Hero, we couldn't agree more. Order online at MrHero.com and save time. Just select all your favorites at menu price, then skip the line at pickup. Your Roman burger or hot buttered cheesesteak will be coming off the grill so fresh, so hot, and so ready for you to devour. Curbside pickup is also
your fancy designer half-calf heavy cream no-whip mocha latte to get cold. Just sit back and relax while their fast-friendly team does all the work. Take 5 to stay in your car 10-minute oil change.
We're giving stuff away with the Alan Cox Show. Yes, we're giving stuff away.
All right, Memorial Day weekend is coming up. Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds, where you're going to find the Berea National Rib Cook-Off and Beer Fest. It's Rib Heaven. 12 rib teams competing for Best Ribs and Best Sauce Awards. The musical entertainment's free. Kids 12 and under, free. Parking, free. All weekend long. BereaRib.com. Get you the Berea Rib Fun Pack right now. And start your summer off right out there at the fairgrounds for Memorial Day weekend. Caller 10. It's yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Why does everybody have to be on all the time these days?
Can't turn it off.
No, seriously. People are wondering why this guy is even on.
Turn it off.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Speaking of summer, I'm going to have Cedar Point passes for you all next week. Cedar Point, I think, opened the season on Friday, this past Friday. They've got the all-new boardwalk. They've got the Grand Pavilion, which is a big new dining venue and all kinds of stuff. So I don't know if there are any new roller coasters out there. I haven't heard anything about it.
They got that mouse one, the mousetrap one, where it's just like the little cars.
Is that for kids?
Nah, it's like a full roller coaster, but it's like a throwback kind of roller coaster, though.
Okay. Well, they've zhuzhed it up out there in Sandusky. So next week, I'll have Cedar Point passes for you. Also, tickets for Paramore at the Romo Fijo next week. And if you want to see Ice Nine Kills, that'll be a 2 hours to midnight show with August Burns Red and Veil of Maya at the Agora in August. You can leave us voicemails anytime on the After Hours line, which is 216-986-8903.
Alan, it's John from Akron. You were going through your beer with cheese the other day, and I just wanted to give a quick shout-out to Larry from Little Falls, New York. Larry, you don't know me, I don't know you, but I'd say there is a solid chance we are related. My mother is from Little Falls, and they have a yearly family reunion, and I just have memories of being a kid, being dragged to that family reunion every year. And everywhere you go in that whole town, gas stations, grocery stores, everybody you run into is all like, hey, you're going to be at the reunion later? And, there's not much I like about my dad, but I'm happy that my mom married a rando from Ohio because that gene pool out there in Little Falls can use some variety.
Little Falls. All right. Well, it sounds like everybody in that town is related. Because there's a Little Falls in New Jersey, too, I think. But he said New York. Larry from Little Falls. All right, well, there you go. The second smallest population of any town in the state. 4,900 people. Up there in Herkimer.
Herkimer County.
Up there in Herkimer County.
Herkimer County.
Yeah, well, it's only a short 6-hour drive from Cleveland, Ohio, if you want to. I don't know what their points of interest are, but if you ever want to visit the tiny little burg of Little Falls, you can go up there. What do they have going for them? Who are the notable people from Little Falls? Nicholas Herkimer. Nobody that I've ever heard of, but whatever. You can go up there, and Mike in Akron might be part of the lineage of that town. And what an exciting time. There are 2 radio stations in Little Falls. There's 1230 AM and 105.5 FM. It's Kiss 105.5 in Little Falls, man. Kiss FM. Yeah!
I watched that dumb movie you told me to watch yesterday.
Stop watching horror movies.
What did I tell you to watch?
Resurrection.
Oh, you didn't like it? It's pretty wild, right? When she's telling that girl what happened.
Well, that monologue is like the best part of the movie. But here's the conclusion I came to last night, because Brian started cracking up immediately when it ended because he knew how mad I was going to be. And I'm like, maybe I am not smart enough to understand the endings of horror movies. because that one in particular could have gone a couple different ways. Right? The premise of, I mean, can we just talk about it? We're not going to ruin it for anybody.
Well, here's the
Spoiler
thing. By the
alert.
time you get to the end of it, everyone assumes, including the viewer, that she is mentally ill.
Correct.
But
So,
then
like-
the kid...
But then she's not?
Well,
That's why these endings are so bad, is because there is no explanation.
They're just vague. You don't like vague endings.
I don't like vague endings. One of them, and don't cancel me for saying this, one of the main things that drives the story along is that the man has a baby inside of him, okay, which we know is not the truth. So that's part of it that makes everyone be like, oh, she's crazy, she's losing her mind. Then at the end of the movie, it was just very frustrating because I'm like, is this supposed to be symbolic? Is this supposed to be like, is there a bigger like picture that I'm not seeing?
Is she actually mentally ill and none of that's real, but the guy is still dead?
Right. Is she mentally ill, or is this like a revenge story that she made up how it ends? You know what I mean? Like,
Except at the end, her daughter is with her and knows what's going on, and
that's why I'm saying is that's why the endings of horror,
Yeah.
suspense, thriller movies frustrates
and
me
this
so
isn't
much.
even really a horror movie.
No, it's more like suspense
Yeah, I just thought it
thriller.
was a cool movie that like nobody saw.
Well, and the
And,
premise of it is like on that revenge thing. She has an abusive ex, and he shows up out of nowhere,
Yep.
and his cult overtones, and like I liked the idea of it, but again, with endings that are so open ended, I think that's what frustrates me the most.
You know, I love horror movies so much that I'm really trying to dial in and give you one that you'll dig. I mean, you liked From Black?
From Black was pretty good because it had an ending. It all wrapped up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the big thing to me is if I'm going to invest 2 hours into something, you cannot leave it like, well, what do you think happened?
I just saw the new Fast and Furious.
How's
and,
the ending?
It's
Oh, yeah, you went to
open-ended
see
because
Fast
it's a
X.
3-part series.
Oh, my
What?
God.
Yeah.
3 parts?
Yeah.
Boy, they're dragging out the farewell.
I'll tell you what, though, Jason Momoa
Oh,
is great in it. He's
gorgeous.
ridiculous.
He's perfect.
He's pretty funny, and he's just over the top. And, I mean, it's a Fast and the Furious movie. This
You know
one's
what
a
you're
little
getting.
more grounded than the last one, considering they took a Fiero to space. But it's still pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
and
somebody
over the
wrote an
top.
article after seeing that movie, and they're like, where exactly in the franchise timeline did they just completely do away with reality?
Mhm.
And they went from being car thieves to saving the world.
Right. It was around the 5th one, I think, or maybe the 6th one, because the 5th one was when they robbed a drug dealer that plays into the one that is going on now.
I think I've seen 2 of them.
Yeah, they're wild though. It's just ridiculous.
I watched that Harry Styles movie. I thought it was the gay one, because
They're all the gay one.
That's what I thought, but this wasn't where he played a gay guy. That's the policeman. I watched Don't Worry, Darling.
Oh, you did, yeah.
I was
With Florence Pugh.
I was pissed about that ending. Oh, I was so mad
Well, I didn't see it.
because I want to see like the aftermath. But I was like, there's like
I think that Florence Pugh is foxy, boy.
he does a bunch of going down on her that whole movie.
That's
And I'm
all the movie is?
It is. It's literally he does it like every
He,
day.
and he looks up and says, "Don't worry, darling," and then it
I'll
fades to
find
black.
it.
I'm getting close.
There's signs. I am getting
Right.
close.
And Harry Styles. I'll
Is that a
figure
moan
it
of
out.
pleasure
Yeah.
or annoyance?
Frustration.
Like we don't see any of him. I'm like, all right. How many times is he gonna do this? But that was like the highlight. I'm like, okay, this is his big moment. He has to make it seem convincing.
Poundcake gets angry if a woman on screen is having oral sex done to her.
Yeah.
It's not
He's
even
mad.
Well, especially when I thought it was the gay movie. I was like, ooh, Harry Styles. I didn't see the one at Twitter. Gay Twitter was going crazy, and everyone was like, oh, this is Harry Styles' breakout role. I didn't know he had 2 coming out within, a year. So the policeman is on like Amazon Prime. So now
They're trying to make him an actor, but everybody says he can't act.
he can't. His accent was going in and out. Like he's supposed to play 1960s American, like, with the suits and the car and everything. And I heard distinctively, you know how much I love a British accent. It was coming in and out. I'm like,
You should have played it then.
I love my dog, bitch.
There was more dialogue than I love my doog.
I love my dog.
I'm going to give you 2 movies, Mary.
Oh, God.
You know Rebecca Hall that was in Resurrection?
Yes.
She's in a movie called The Night House. I think it's only a couple years old. The Night House.
Okay.
It's got a beginning, a middle, and an end.
Okay.
And the guy who directed that movie directed a movie a few years earlier called The Ritual, about 4 guys that go backpacking into the woods.
Is that got a short guy with glasses in it? Not Seth Green. I'm not thinking of Without a Paddle. The Ritual.
The Ritual.
I think Brian might have seen this.
It's good. It's got a beginning, a middle, and an end.
They end up like
it's like folk horror, kind of, if you're into that.
Okay.
There's a midsummer vibe.
I know you are like so not into spoiling movies, but nobody's seeing these. Is this the one where they like get trapped by a cult and they make you become part of nature? Where they like turn you into trees and stuff?
No.
Have you seen that one?
They find a creature in the woods and
okay.
Where they turn you into trees?
There's one that Brian was watching, and of course I ended up watching, where like there's this nature cult, these people who live out in the forest, and some tourist backpackers find these people who live in the forest, and they like convince them to join their cult, and then but the whole ending is that they strap you to a tree and let you die until you become part of nature. And like torture you. I don't
that sounds familiar, but that's not. No, I saw a movie not long ago. God, what was it? Where there's like spores in the earth.
Maybe that's what it is.
It was not good, and everybody was talking about, oh, this great movie for people who are into that kind of stuff. Oh God, what was it called?
Not The Happening.
I think In the Earth was the one that I saw. It was like an Irish movie about these scientists that go out. And it turns out that there's like this. Yeah, it was really highly like people who like that kind of stuff are like, oh, this movie's great. Director was good. It stunk. In the Earth is the one.
Well,
I don't
know
the
what
one
you
you're talking
can't
about.
Google is scary movie cult in the woods because you're gonna get 500 results.
Is it a newer movie? Like I watched Blood on Satan's Claw the other night, but that's like from 1974.
No, it was newer. He watched it last year. This was something he watched during our October.
Okay.
Can I give you a recommendation for a movie?
Is it a Steve Carell movie?
No, it's close though. It's How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
I've seen that and I like it.
Yeah.
It is terrifying.
I know.
You know what else I liked? The Ugly Truth with Gerard Butler and Katherine Heigl.
That, or we'll go with The Duff, or 28 Days, not 28 Days Later.
No, the one with Sandra Bullock. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
While you were sleeping.
The Wedding Date, Easy A, just any, something that you would actually enjoy.
Yeah.
Stop watching horror movies.
You're not talking about The Guardian from 30 years ago.
How about The Dilemma?
No, I don't remember. I would even if
How about
you
No
told
Strings
me,
Attached?
Yeah, right. What's the one? Friends with Benefits with Justin Timberlake
Yep.
and Mila Kunis. Yeah, no, I don't remember what it was called, but yeah, that's my problem.
Okay.
None of them have good endings.
So
what about Heat? She's probably never
I
seen
also don't
Heat.
have 5.5 hours to watch a movie.
It's 2.5 hours.
No, it's not.
It's close to
It's like
3.
3 hours and 9 minutes.
Something like that,
Because it's
yeah.
on Hulu or something right now.
Yeah, it's constantly recommended to me, and I'm like, when I get a spare 3 hours.
Hey, on
There
your
you
day
go,
off.
on your day off.
On your Saturday with nothing to do.
That was hypothetical. I will hypothetically watch Heat. Josh in St. Louis.
Hey, Alan, how you doing, my man?
What's going on?
So I haven't been able to catch the show this week because circumstances. Did you make it to Clutch over the weekend?
No, it was on Mother's Day.
Oh, okay. You didn't? Yeah, well. all
No,
right.
I was not.
Anyway,
I was going to say, bye, honey.
Bye.
Bye, mother of my child. I'm going to see Clutch. No, I was solo. She split anyway, so I was solo dadding. But no, I did not go see Clutch.
Oh. So, regrettably, I did. I think it was my 18th Clutch show.
Regrettably?
And, yeah, well, so I'm 43 and I'm always in the mosh pit. And I think I might be getting too old. I ended up getting blindsided. In the pit by a big guy, and it turns out it broke my rib number 8. I just got out of the ER just in time to hear your show. Guys were running through the pit full speed and blindsided people, and I got one on the right shoulder, and my elbow looked like I had an egg under the skin during the concert, and I thought I broke my pelvis.
Ugh.
And then I went to
Man,
the doctor.
I wasn't even
and
a
got
pit.
all
I wasn't even a pit guy when I was a kid or a teenager. I'm like, I love the music, man. I got nothing to prove to anybody, and I want to keep everything intact. Thank you very much. You are absolutely too old to be down there, Josh. You're 20 years too old. What are you trying to prove? All these metalheads trying to prove they still got it. Like, just enjoy the band.
You know, I've been in the pit for Clutch ever since I was like 14 years old, and certain songs come on and you just feel that adrenaline rush and you go for it.
Here's the thing, though. Back in the day, I'm a little bit older than you, Josh, but not by much. But back in the day, I remember the pit was for really heavy bands. Now, any rock show where there's more than 10 people in front of the stage, they just start swirling and turn into a pit. Like, it's not Slayer,
Panic
it's
at the Disco is
Clutch.
dangerous.
I mean, right. That Panic at the Disco pit, boy, you got to look out.
They played at the biggest venue with the biggest dance floor here in St. Louis.
Were they at the pageant? Where were they?
No, they're at it's a place called The Factory. It's set up just like the pageant, but it's probably 10 times bigger dance floor.
Oh, okay.
So it's beautiful. It's a wonderful venue. But, man, I had to call you because I know you're a Clutch fan, and you're of the similar age as me, and I'm like, I got to tell him that I'm a dumbass.
I am not. No, listen, you got to live your life, Josh, but I am not a pit guy. I love watching the band. I'll do it from the box, boy. I want to see the band. I don't want some a-hole's elbow going into the side of my skull. Like, that's not a good time for me. Some people got some stuff they got to work out, and that's why they're in the pit, but I'm like, I got nothing to prove, man. And, I hope you feel...
I had my nose broke at a Clutch concert about 10 years ago at Pops. You know Pops.
Yes.
Over on the east side.
Yeah.
And that was nothing. That was a minor pain. I'm regretting it, but I'm sitting here watching your show, and I can barely breathe, and I was like, I got to give Alan a call.
Yeah, man, if you're look at me, I'm 51, I'm moving all my limbs. Man, I can
eggs under
stretch.
your
Oh,
skin.
come on. I'm spry, homie. And I'm not missing any shows I don't want to miss.
Those doctors were so cocky walking up to me, like walking normally. I was like, I see what you guys are doing.
I see your full range of motion, and I raise you a broken nose. All right, well, feel better, Josh. There's Josh who did not vominos when he should have there at the Clutch show in St. Louis. Maybe he's just having a bad time seeing Clutch. Breaks his nose one time. He's got eggs under his elbows now or whatever.
Maybe he just has weak bones.
Weak bones,
Vitamin D deficient or
Maybe
something.
get some sunlight, Josh. I don't know how much of that there is in St. Louis these days, but what are you going to do?
My goodness. I'm sorry.
Good night, nurse. Are you okay
sorry.
over there?
I'm sorry.
Wow.
I'm so sorry.
You come back with the Rona?
No.
I don't know.
Twice? No.
I don't know. That's what everybody thinks. Ask Mary if she's seen the original Pet Cemetery.
No.
Oof.
Even I've seen
How do you feel about Achilles' tendons getting cut?
They did that in that movie last night.
Well, there you go.
That's really gross.
Again, stop watching horror movies. Watch something you'll enjoy.
Well, see, now at this time, now that I know I'm not afraid of them, because that was the big deal last year, is that I was worried that I was going to have nightmares. Now that I know I am mostly annoyed by them, now I'm determined to find one that I like. It's almost like a challenge at this point. I might even start a podcast about it. That's how passionate. That's how Mayor's Horror Corner. Come on over. And
She
we'll
said
talk.
horror, guys.
work on that name.
No.
She said
I know.
horror.
I
It's the
know.
enunciation that's key.
I know
Mary
what I
is
said.
thinking of the miniseries Black Spot on
No.
Netflix.
Black
you said it was
Spot?
a movie. This isn't a police inspector.
Black
who's going-
Spot Netflix.
French? Was it subtitled?
I don't remember. Brian was watching it.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was that. I don't know. No, it wasn't that. Now that I look at it, that's
Okay.
I text him, but here's the thing: I feel like you can't look up horror movies because what's the thing you watch
Because
about
they all
the
have
people
right,
who in
yes.
the woods and they get split off one by one? You know, you're like, oh, every movie ever.
Maybe just start watching Seinfeld. Just go in early.
Just go back to The Office.
1989 and
maybe.
I'm going to take a break. If you want to shoot a text in here, 35192, you can watch live at alancoxshow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192. Want to send a text? Guardians are in Chicago tonight. First at 3 against the White Sox. 8:10 is the start here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen to us from out of state, tell me where you do that. We have a couple of bureau chiefs up there in Toronto. One of them sent me. They're going through what proves to be a wild mayoral race up in Toronto. There are 102 candidates who got their paperwork in on time.
That's a ton.
The mayor of Toronto, I think what's happening is he resigned, and so it's just been the deputy mayor who has been in charge. So they have to elect a new mayor. And there are some obvious top contenders, but 102 people registered in time, including a dog. Molly, the rescue dog, has thrown her hat into the ring. Her owner, Tom Heaps, showed up at City Hall to register. He rollerbladed up to City Hall. I love Toronto, boy, but it is a wild town, especially politically. You know, everybody remembers Rob Ford. He was the crack mayor. He was the Marion Barry of Canada up there in Toronto, but he passed away. And then I think his brother became mayor. I don't know if he's still around or not, but they've had a real revolving door of people running that city. It's a city with a lot of problems. You know, income disparity, which is a big deal anywhere in the West, but it's really getting out of hand in Toronto. I mean, Toronto is about the size of New York, maybe a little bigger. And, people are just getting priced out. It's nearly impossible to live in a city like that unless you have a ton of money. So they're contending with that. Its reputation for cleanliness is kind of getting swept away, if you will.
I was going to say,
you get a huge homeless problem in Toronto.
When I was there, the streets you could lick the streets. They were so clean.
Don't lick streets.
Well, it depends on where. I mean, if you're going to the heavily trafficked touristy parts of town, I mean, if you're going to like Queen Street and the retail parts and up by UT, and I mean, they try to kind of shuffle a lot of that stuff away if they know where that's where we're going to,
Yeah, I guess so, because we were on Church and Wesley, and then our Airbnb, like our apartment, was across from the CN Tower.
Yeah.
So all that was
by
clean.
The aquarium and all. Well, yeah, because that's
super clean.
Yeah.
I didn't see one homeless person.
Maybe you weren't looking hard enough.
Oh yeah, there probably were some people asking money, but I don't even. They're not even in my.
You know what, Poundcake? It's not that there weren't homeless people. It's like that movie They Live. You know, you only see the aliens when you have the special glasses on.
Right. Yeah.
Rowdy Roddy Piper. It's the reverse. Poundcake doesn't see homelessness because they don't register in his periphery.
I make my business an art form. Like
well, minding your business is one thing. Not noticing people sleeping on the street is a whole other thing entirely.
Not only sitting on the street, but like physically asking for money. Change.
Hey, bro, you got change? He's like, I don't even know.
I don't even acknowledge.
Talking to a ghost.
Just keep walking. Like it's not even my eye, like my line of sight. Like not even looking up.
Well, why don't you just, when you're going to be in a situation like that, why don't you carry around like $20 in singles?
No, I'm usually with my rich white people, so I put behind me. They got money, bro. Like,
yeah, but you know how rich people stay rich? They don't give their money to homeless people.
And how am I ever going to get rich?
Are your friends walking? I bet they're kicking dust in their face too. That's why you're hanging out with them. They're your kind of people.
They're not kicking dust.
Are your rich friends giving homeless people money?
One gave a person half of a Subway sandwich. And
Half
the guy threw
of
it.
a Subway sandwich.
What? He was hungry.
Which half?
People will go to so many lengths to not give a homeless person money. Here's some food. They're like, I'm not starving. I'm dirty, and I would like.
I'm on drugs.
Well, that too.
No, we had this homeless drunk guy follow us home. This was back in Akron. Like, we were walking home.
It was back in Akron.
We were walking home from the club, and this drunk guy wouldn't leave us alone. I thought we was going to have to call the police because he kept talking, nah. And my friend was like, are you hungry? Because clearly you won't leave us alone. And he was like, yeah, I'm hungry. And then the guy, my friend, took out his Subway sandwich. He was like, here, you can have half. And the guy, like, grabbed it, and then it fell to the ground. It opened up, and so he couldn't eat it anymore. He's like, see? Look what you made me do. He's like, ugh, I hate homeless people. He just kept walking.
Well, that's a luxurious life to be living, I guess.
I gave a homeless lady half a chicken salad sandwich in New York. Well,
that's like giving her $48 in New York.
In New York, I don't think I had a meal under $30.
Half a chicken salad sandwich. She's like, can I go take this to the check cashing joint? And,
I was on my way to a podcast, and the podcast studio didn't have a fridge, and then I had like a 2-hour or an hour train ride after that.
Here's a spoiled
No.
chicken salad.
I was on the way to the podcast. So I was like, I'm not going to eat this. I have nowhere to put it. It's going to spoil. So I gave it to her. But she didn't ask for anything. She wasn't following me around. She was just laying on the street, and I'd like.
Did she seem grateful?
Yeah, I like handed it to her, and she was like, "Thank you so much." I don't think those people are denying anything you give them. You know, food, money, a coat, whatever.
Well,
Socks.
I mean, over the course of my life, I've had homeless people reject food. That's why I usually don't give them food. Give them money. People go, they're just going to get drunk or get drugs. They will feel much better than they do right now if that's the case. What do I care? I'm not telling them how to live. I thought that was the whole point. But yeah, I've had years ago. I had a guy like, I don't want that. Okay, man. I don't have any. And these days, like, I'm not walking around with cash. I couldn't tell you the last time I had cash in my pocket. So I'm literally not lying. When some cat's outside the House of Blues, he's like, "Hey, man," I go, "I got nothing on me." Or walking to Heinen's or whatever,
Yeah,
right? Like
take cash up.
Every 3 feet down here.
Just ignore them.
No, but some of them, the savvy ones, they got like a QR code now or something. And like, hey,
QR code. They got a Square reader.
Venmo me. Yeah, the Venmo me.
216 homeless.
That's funny to Poundcake.
What?
216 homeless. Cracking himself up.
He likes it.
What up, Alan? Listening to Poundcake talk about how the guys at college would be wrestling and stop when they get to him. I don't think they was afraid of getting a boner because these guys are wrestling with other guys. I think what it is when they got the Poundcake, they just afraid Poundcake gonna grab them in a certain way. They don't want to be grabbed. That's it. All right, later.
All right.
I hugged them.
Boner.
Yeah.
Not like a greeting.
They hugged her and squeezed her breasts. Is that what you were worried about? Is that what they were worried about, you think?
That's what they were worried about.
Her boss hugged her and squeezed her breasts, which felt sexual in nature, not like a greeting.
Not like you're wrestling.
Not like a greeting.
Cody's so full of himself. Obviously, those dudes didn't want to wrestle you because they didn't want you popping wood on them. Man, come on. They weren't worried about you turning them God's gift to gay men.
He's very dismissive of your turning abilities. Listen, Poundcake has notched many a straight man in his lifetime. All these guys who don't want their wives to know that they're sus. Come to Cody. All right, well, then what do you think about that? They didn't want you getting a bone, except even that's stupid. Like, you don't get a boner over every dude. Just like straight guys don't think every woman's hot.
No, I probably would have got a boner.
God,
Well, then they were smart.
Even when people try to help him.
Yeah.
Well, he's real. I mean,
honest.
yes, that's all we can ask.
Yeah, no. People think I'm just so full of myself. I'm very self-aware. Being self-aware is a gift. So no.
Well, it is a gift a lot of people don't have.
I want to be treated equally, therefore I want to be wrestled equally.
Wrestled equally.
Just as hard, just up against the wall.
Wow.
Rug burn.
Yeah, all right.
I want it all.
A rug burn from the wall?
No.
Oh, from
the carpet and stuff, too.
Anyway, good luck there in Toronto finding a new mayor. I guess I'm being told that their mayor had to step down after confessing that he had an affair with a staffer. So he stepped down in February, and the deputy mayor of Toronto has been running the city. So the dog is in the running or has filed the paperwork. Her platforms are to lessen the city's use of road salt because that makes her paws sore. And as mayor, the people of Toronto could expect more civilized discourse because she's a dog. And so, former police chief's in the running, a comedian, a senior in high school whose name is just Mayor. He notes he's not married, so he can't have any extramarital affairs. And he also said it's very unlikely that he'll die in office. So election day is June 26th up there. I mean, obviously, it's like for people old enough to remember when there was a California recall election. This is what put Arnold Schwarzenegger in the California governor's office. Is there was a guy named Gray Davis who was the governor of California. And California is one of those states where you can have recall elections. So all anybody has to do is piss and moan about how you don't like a guy, call a recall election, and you throw the state into utter chaos. And that's what they did to Gray Davis. This is the early aughts. And everybody came out of the woodwork to run for the governor of California. It was Bushwick Bill from the Ghetto Boys, and it was Gary Coleman fired, Mary Carey, the porn star. Anybody remember this? It was a freak show out there. Larry Flint filed paperwork to be the governor of California. So there were 135 candidates on the ballot for that recall election. And the people who got the most vote, there was the lieutenant governor at the time was a guy named Cruz Bustamante, who got parodied on SNL. Horatio Sands played him. They did an episode of the Barry Gibb talk show. And Cruz Bustamante was a lieutenant governor. Ariana Huffington, for people who remember her, she ran. But Arnold Schwarzenegger got the most votes. And so he became the new governor of California. And by a lot of accounts, I mean, he was a Republican, but by a lot of accounts, I think he was pretty well liked, pretty highly regarded in that role. But, California, Reagan was the governor, and so they weren't, they were way ahead of the rest of the country in so far as thinking that celebrities should be, running government institutions, I guess. Alan, the only revenge story you guys should be aware of are those 10-foot-long bangs Mary has had. What? What's happening?
I've got little pieces pulled out.
What's the matter with that?
Well, here's what happened. I left my curling iron in New York City on accident at my friend's house I was staying with.
That's my favorite old Elliott Smith song.
It really is a good one, isn't it? And
you don't know Elliott Smith.
What I decided, he was on American Idol. Baby, I will wait for
Elliot Yamin?
you.
Is that who you're thinking of?
Different guy.
Yamin.
So what I tried to do today was curl my hair with a straightener because I've seen girls do that on TikTok. I've seen fashion hacks. You can use a straightener to curl your hair, and it was a disaster, which is why I pulled it up into a ponytail. But then I think that my face looks weird when I don't have hair on it. I can't do that slicked back look. So then I pulled out these little wispies, but then I also kind of look like a Hasidic Jew with just a couple little curls out. So
her payas is hanging out.
So honestly, there's just no winning with my hairstyle today. So I just have to go buy a new curling iron. So
we need to get you in a hat.
I know. If I have a hat, I'm still clean shaven.
Wow, all right.
This was the best option. Okay, I apologize.
I wouldn't have even noticed anything if somebody hadn't.
I really didn't care. I thought it looked fine.
Yeah.
It's weird that people
say those things.
Yeah. But it's something you are aware of, so I feel like they read your energy on it and be like, oh.
Well, it just is what it is. That there was absolutely no saving my hair today. If I were to, it's half of it's curled, half of it's a mess, and I just need to get a new curling iron. That's all. But thank you for commenting on my curly Jew pieces that I have done.
Jesus. All right. Anyway.
That's what Hasidic Jews have, those
The
curls.
pants? Yes, I know. They don't call them curly Jew pieces.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be offensive. Was that offensive? I didn't mean for it to
Am
be
I
offensive.
offended? No. Is there something going on? Maybe.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean.
Enjoy my side curls. Hey, James.
Good morning, or good afternoon. I don't know what it is.
Whatever time of day
matter.
it is. If you
It's
just got up, it's morning to you, James.
Morning somewhere.
Pretty much. I was just calling in to say, like, Poundcake is essentially a gay homeless person.
How so?
Keep talking.
He kind of runs on the coattails of his rich gay friends, and I don't think they realize that he's just chilling on their couch, eating their pizza.
Yes, they do.
You know.
Well, you mean he's
doing their
he's
own thing.
effectively panhandling from his? Yeah, but they're not giving him money. He's just kind of going along and
Getting a hand is not the same as a handout, sir. Everyone gets help from time to time, and I hold my own, and I'm honest about it. No one is gonna.
Where's the line between a hand and a handout? I mean, that's a nice bumper sticker, but what's the line between
handout.
the hand and the handout?
The saying of, I can teach you how to fish for a day, or I can teach you how to fish, and then you can
Try it again. What's the phrase?
Teach a man to fish, and he will eat for the rest of his life. Give a man a fish, and he eats for a day.
Other way around. Yeah, the other way. It's very anticlimactic the way that you do it. Give a man a fish, eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, and he'll get really, really tired of eating fish all the time.
Well, that's
I
the
believe
difference
is what
between
it
a
is.
hand and a handout.
That's how you become a pescatarian.
I mean, to each their own. Like, I feel like he is part of that community, so he shouldn't be so.
No one's gonna debate the fact that I'm poor, black, and gay.
Well, but he's also not. I mean, you're not homeless. I mean, you're not panhandling.
I mean, not yet.
Not yet.
Give it a couple months, I might be.
Yeah, everybody's a couple of bad pieces of luck away from being homeless.
I'm honest with my friends. They know the deal. They know the deal.
They know the deal,
They
and
know
they
the
still
deal.
bring
The
you. They
deal.
know the deal.
I'm not misleading you.
And they bring you along. Poundcake ignores homeless people because that's something his Christian faith tells him to do. That's something Christ would do. And so Poundcake, as a man of faith, doesn't even see homeless people.
I've seen them every time.
Doesn't even recognize that they're around. How dare they soil his periphery? I'll tell you what, this is what somebody should run on in Toronto. You know how they figured out how to get potholes filled in? You spray paint penises on them. They fill them in too. Sweet.
Spray paint some penises on some homeless people. Boom. The city's got to throw them away.
There you go. Yeah, they were like, there were these towns that couldn't get their potholes filled. The city would be like, sorry. A lot of this happened in England, but it could happen here too. They were like, got to get those potholes filled in because somebody went along and spray painted giant dongs on all of them. They encircled.
That's one way.
Of course.
Yeah.
They encircled the pothole in one of the testicles and they drew another ball next to it and a giant shaft coming out through the middle. Man, did they get those potholes filled in pretty quickly. A little bit of nonviolent protest there in the streets. So I would say if you are in a neighborhood that's got potholes, this would be worth you getting a can of Krylon and driving out and looking for potholes. They don't have to be something that directly affects your commute or your neighborhood drive. Just spray paint a giant dorkin balls on potholes that you see. Just keep a can of white Krylon in your car. And boy, I bet Bibbs people will be all over that. Because as you know, a fake picture of a dong is the worst thing that anyone can see.
It might as well be a drag.
Oh my God.
Ban it
Next
all.
thing, look at those streets.
Ban the potholes.
Look at those terrible, terrible paved roads grooming our children.
The Forrest movie is called, I think, Gaia?
Gaia.
G-A-I-A.
Yeah, Gaia.
Did you see that one?
The Earth Mother.
Oh. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's the movie I was referring to.
Okay. That is a South African film. Okay, I've got to take a break. And you did not like that movie.
I didn't see it. Brian watched it.
Right. Do you mind reading? Do you mind subtitles in horror films?
No, I don't care.
Tell him to watch Baskin.
Baskin.
I think it's on Prime. It's a Turkish film.
That bitch Carol Baskins?
It'll rock his world.
Okay.
What show is happening down here tonight?
Blink-182.
Oh, I was like, why is it a combo of like girls that are too old to be in like mini skirts and then kids with their parents?
Yeah.
Okay. Blink-182. Bringing the funk. Okay, I got to take a break. Want to get the last word in? Shoot me a text, 35192. Got Guardians baseball tonight. Wait a little bit. It'll be 8:10. They're playing Chicago tonight in Chicago. And we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free